Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Deep down I know what holds me in place. We gotta chase it down. No, just give me some space. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe, get me high.
Slide.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na. What's next? Na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na na na
My heart is on a
As we head into Playday 3 of the Oceanic Challenger League, while the stakes are set for a great night, my name's Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic, as always, it's my good friend and partner, Cthulhu. We're coming into this week. There's a lot on the line.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, after a banger set of 2 weeks already, we've got to see some major rock-ups in the standings, and, well, from here on out, it's looking like it will shake up even further.
Well, I mean, tonight things are looking very good. There's a lot on the line, like I just said. But going into our standings, that's how we figure out just what is possible tonight to try and figure out where these matches could end up. Up first, of course, Vodafone Warriors taking on LFWO. Halted Zelios in match 2 take on Ansec R6. Match 3, Dynasty versus Circular Spheres. Definitely one that we're keeping our eye on. And to close the night out, Kraken Esports taking on 1620 Kings. Anything that particularly stands out to you?
Look, honestly, I'm excited, as you highlighted, the Dynasty versus Circular Spheres, because for Dynasty, look, they had a bit of a rocky beginning. Week 2 looked rather promising, so going into Week 3, it's time for them to solidify. For Circular Spheres, they're the ones to contest for the top 2 positions stably.
And speaking of top 2, of course, our standings as they are heading into tonight. Look, they look pretty spicy, but, I mean, one of those 2 teams at the very top weren't quite the ones we were expecting to be there.
Absolutely, yeah. Circular Spheres, the team that qualified through the open qualifiers for the OCL for this season, they initially looked like they would be kind of the middle of the position, middle of the run kind of team, but they ended up surprising us rather pleasantly.
And of course, as we go into our matches tonight, those standings will change once again. And well, our first matchup of the night is definitely going to be an interesting one, to say the least. Now, I may have got them wrong in my initial post there right now. These are the actual matches, don't you worry. But Vodafone Warriors Esports Club taking on LFWO, 2 teams that have had a rather interesting last 12 months that you quite easily argue, wouldn't you, Cthulhu?
Yeah, look, absolutely. For Warriors, yeah, the last year has been rather weird, to say the very least. 3rd place overall throughout all 3 stages. Whereas LFWO, look, it went through quite a fair bit of a change going into 2022. Now looking to try to make the place for themselves, find that place under the sunlight. And at the moment, look, it's been a bit of a rocky one for them, with only a singular point from the overtime loss.
And speaking of finding their place under the sun, one of the things we like about the Oceanic Challenge League, we get to know who these players are before they eventually leave us and move on to the OCN. So, look, here to have a chat. We've sat down, we've had a chat with Mckenzie to give us the rundown on how things are going with himself and his aspirations this year.
So I'm Jade Mckenzie from LFWO, and I'm the entry/IGL. Well, as a relatively young team with a lot of fresh talent sort of thing, OCL is just an amazing experience for us to gain some talent before we as a team manage to get to the point where we can move up to OCN ourselves, or even as individual players, we get seen well enough and gain the experience to get into OCN through getting picked up by other teams. For me, I've always loved Siege. I started playing in year 2, I think, on PS4, and then I moved maybe 2 years later onto PC when I really wanted it. I watched all the pro games. I loved watching the Invitational. All that sort of stuff just got me really hyped. I've always been super competitive at everything. Growing up, I started playing tennis at 7. And I was always like, I got into the top grade, like men's A grade by 14, I think. And just the competitive challenge of always wanting to improve, always having to try your hardest to get to the top. As well as basketball, footy, I played for a couple seasons, and I think that was probably my favorite time. It's definitely not easy breezy by any means. I think realistically, you've got to have the drive to play. You've got to enjoy the game, but then also you got to have the determination to go through all the outside of the game stuff, because life can kick you around outside of the game, which can really affect your game. For me personally, I've just moved to uni from the country, so I'm currently had a big change, and I'm studying digital media at RMIT, scrimming 5 nights a week, while trying to stay social, while trying to keep organized, be cooking for myself, working out. It's a tall task. So I've got some of the friends that are the more nerdy friends that like to play games, but then most of my other friends were my footy teammates, my basketball teammates, where they just wouldn't understand at all. That's probably one of the secrets I get from most of my friends. But on my family side, my parents have been super supportive. When I was back home, because I lived in, it's not just country, I live like in the middle of bloody nowhere, my internet was absolutely shocking. So if I need to scrim or play a game, I needed to let them know that they couldn't be streaming something or watching something. I want to have my best shot going into OCN or South to see if I can really compete. If I can't, then I know I have the brains behind everything to maybe be a coach if I got the chance, which I think would be awesome. Another way of kind of incorporating to the scene.
Look, Cthulhu, I'm going to be honest. One of the greatest parts of our job, one of the things that makes me the most happiest, is getting to see the players that started out in the OCL making their debut in the OCM. We got to see that plenty over the last couple of weeks, but it's about right here and right now. The Vodafone Warriors taking on LFO, and we didn't really touch on it, but this is ex-Warriors taking on the current iteration of the roster.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it does generate quite an interesting storyline for them as a team, as the individuals, and as the storyline that they so far had within this season, given that both teams coming from week 2 back of rather substantial losses, really, and it was quite an unfortunate turnout, which did leave Warriors in the 5th place, LFO in the 7th place, so it's kind of time to get back on their feet for both of the rosters.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the storyline following both these teams coming out of 2021. Neither of them had the end to the year that they would have liked, but coming in, it's a new year, it's a fresh year, and both teams have found some success. But unfortunately, now they find themselves staring each other down. The opponents for this evening, you can see on your screen, the newly picked up Warriors Esports Club. Schmidt, he's off on his own, but we don't have any Boffin tonight.
Yeah, neither Boffin nor King Grills do make an appearance tonight, so it's all that fresh new roster of Warriors that did get assembled, looking to kind of showcase themselves, kind of how they fare on their own, without, I suppose, the boomers of the scene of the OCL from last season. But honestly, look, they have plenty of opportunities, plenty of potential in themselves, and they're kind of one of those players that have shown that with good coordination, that could do a lot of things.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard from the man you just saw on your screen a moment ago, Mckenzie's been one of the fan favorites throughout the last 12 months in the Oceanic Challenger League. New teammates, though, joining in here tonight, looking to get themselves yet another win under the belt if they possibly can. Tesla, an age-old member of the ANZ Rainbow Six Seed. I mean, you think back in the day, former teammates with Shaq on PC419 almost qualified for Six Masters back in the day.
Yeah, look, quite a lot of close calls to qualify for some of the more bigger events within the ANZ ecosystem. Quite a fair few opportunities that did arise back then for Tesla and co, but unfortunately back then not a whole lot of came from it. But going into all of this, LFO, the newly refreshed one that kind of more so introduced almost what feels like kind of a ragtag team of nearly the rejects from some of the other rosters. I mean, Tesla, that took quite a brief hiatus, really, from the general competitive scene. Driftzone, previously off Kraken as a sub, that didn't really see any sort of action during Stage 3, and kind of Mckenzie and the rest of the team kind of just banding it all together and getting things sorted. But overall, yeah, look, whilst they are kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, they did show us quite a fair few very convincing rounds that kind of point towards the possibility of them running away with a couple good wins later down the line in the season.
Especially with the stumble that we saw last week from the Warriors. And, well, to figure out whether or not there will be any stumbling involved tonight, let's go to our map veto and figure out where we'll be kicking things off here in play day number 3. And, well, Cthulhu, look, we had 3 options remaining. One of them excites me, one of them, well, doesn't excite me, and then we got the third of the 3.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, though, I do rate the Oregon pick much more than the Clubhouse nowadays. It's just because Oregon still, with some of the changes in the meta, the way how usually being played, it does allow a little bit more kind of free ball kind of play from quite a number of players, whereas with Clubhouse it feels, generally speaking, like it's very much locked in with just that one kind of meta, and you play it out with only slight alterations with how many pixel angles you have set up. So look, Oregon kind of the lesser evil, you could say, in that regard. But genuinely speaking, look, looking back at some of the performances previously, Warriors were able to grab a win on Villa, but then going into the second one, Chalet didn't really work out. So my inkling here being is that LF4 might have a chance here, given the fact that it's a kind of in a similar way a bit more claustrophobic than Villa, Oregon that is. So suppose even battle for overall, but could be keen to see who will come out the victor here.
Well, we're going to get on into it, of course. Operator bands up first, trying to figure out how this map is going to be shaped, of course, because they can be pretty decisive. I mean, it's an interesting prospect. We're coming into Oregon, which, I mean, understandably, one of the most successful maps for this Warriors team at the moment. More so in, you know, their previous iteration of the Big Dogs. But now the Vodafone Warriors looking to make a stamp for themselves on this map, on this scene, on this competition. And well, to kick things off, LF4 are going to ban Flores.
Indeed they will. Well, Flores is an understandable ban, given the fact how powerful he can get in the on the map like Oregon. And with him, usually Thatcher is the one to be banned out straight off the bat, and I would be rather surprised if he won't be, and there we go. Well, he is out of the equation. So up next, look, given just how standardized the attack bans, I'm not really expecting a whole lot of spice from the defense. So assuming Valkyrie Mirror will be the next one on the chopping board would not surprise me at all. Looking back, by the way, I did touch up on the picks and wins and losses for Warriors. I didn't really get to really speak up about the LFWO turnout. Funnily enough, by the way, Cade actually got picked instead of the Valkyrie, so that's another one, a very powerful pick. But for LFWO, they nearly managed to win Villa against Circular Spheres. It was a 6-8 overtime loss. But then against Dynasty, it was a skyscraper, so a much more kind of unexpected kind of ground. So can't really blame them for not really being able to perform. Interestingly enough, though, minus Mckenzie leaving, Valkyrie and Cade did get banned out, which does leave Mira out on the board, and it could be a little bit problematic getting out any of those positions.
I mean, we just heard during the interview, like, how stoked he was to be at university, using university internet. it is match of, first match of the evening, and he's already disconnected. Maybe he needs to go and tell us. I'm assuming he's got roommates. I don't know. I don't know quite what his setup is at the moment, but obviously disconnecting, not the ideal situation. And again, that's just going to still play out. But, I mean, with what we see let through, you got the mirror in play. You've got, you know, a lot of that flank watch potential on the side of the attack. Is there anything of concern that really promotes itself at the moment for yourself?
Not really per se. Well, with Mirror kind of being let back into the play could mean that a certain few changes to the attacking roster need to be made. For example, the much more frequent pick of somebody like a Twitch would be maybe needed, or something across the lines of with just a little bit more of the smoke utility. So just say Jackal with the smoke grenades, maybe even something across the lines of maybe let me think. Well, Thermite as well. Even Gridlock could be actually a pretty good idea, given that her utility could be used to kind of at least force out for a brief moment the position of a hunkered down defender. So wouldn't be surprised if something, some rather more off-meta picks will be coming about, albeit I say that, well, Twitch has been seeing more and more frequent of a pick, just given the fact that after the whole buff to her drone and it having pretty much infinite range, it does make things a whole lot more interesting, and with you being able to kind of snipe out from rather much more unexpected positions.
Man, I was just stuck focused on Schmidt that entire time for the side of the Warriors. The man's keyboard's fanging sideways, sitting at a 90-degree angle to his chest, so he's deep in the Siege metaverse at the moment. But unfortunately, yeah, still waiting on this reconnect to come through. Luckily, it happened at the stage that it did, so LFWO aren't going to miss out on too much. There you go, there it is on screen. Man's literally just fanging it around the corner.
Look, I gotta respect that. I tried running it similar way myself, and I could not understand how you run this.
Look at that muscle memory. It does not phased at all. keyboard functioned exactly the same way as if it was sitting horizontal.
I'm genuinely curious, like on the like a day-to-day basis, when you need to like type up a lot of things, like how do you use that?
That's how.
Okay, that's how you use that. Okay,
100%. If he's studying, that's how he writes his essays. No change whatsoever. This is the peak gamer form.
Yeah, peak performance. But look, I gotta say, I am quite curious about this matchup purely for the fact that on paper, theoretically, Warriors could be the ones to come into this with a favor, but after a very much of a rattled kind of turnout by the conclusion of week 2, it kind of like ends up putting them in a somewhat similar kind of position where both of the teams have equal amount of opportunities to win it out without any sort of kind of repercussions. Not repercussions. Pardon me. What am I even talking about? Just with minimal kind of losses, because both of the rosters had a fair few interesting shakeups, and LFO, they seem to have a little bit more kind of that unpredictable / aggressive swinging potential in the way how they approach a whole lot of things. Whereas on the side of Warriors, their kind of main approach so far been is just trying to nail down that coordination and not really try to disconnect themselves far too much really from each other, which kind of contradicts to the general approach of LFO. So kind of almost feels like a game of rock, paper, scissors really here between the two rosters.
Rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock, chuck a couple of extra options in there, obviously, you know. There's a lot that could go wrong. I mean, the most interesting thing, obviously, Boff Kingrel's not in the roster tonight, so this is the full-fledged, you know, debutante roster. 5 players who have not played in a competition of this level previously. They're coming into things. And, I mean, yeah, look, LFO hasn't looked the strongest, but in saying that, they've got some veteran players. I mean, Mckenzie, I hyped him up last week. Incredibly dynamic, incredibly explosive. The guy is literally like a wedge. You let him get in just a little bit, he's going to widen that gap. He is going to make it hurt. And then you pair that with, you know, Tesla in the backside of things there to help them along. They have this, it's almost pocket potential that has been sitting there. And I will say this quite comfortably. We have yet to see Mckenzie fully tap that potential. Because last year, he had a rough run of things. It wasn't quite as clean as he liked. You know, he started off with, if I remember correctly, Swingsman back at the beginning of the year, transitioned over into Altered Zelios, and then he's never really been a part of a front-runner team. So I'm expecting him to maybe start to unlock himself this year.
True. Pardon my giggling as well. Sorry, we're talking about the sheer amount of potential. Look, I'm just looking out here at the sheer potential of add a little bit more polish. Your forehead could become a mirror here.
100%. I'm unfortunately in that stage where my hair's not quite long enough to be, you know, wearing it all the way back. But right now, it's long enough that it'll get in my face, and I hate it. So,
right, I see.
Look, the unfortunate nature of having to be in isolation for the last week. So now I could actually go out and get a haircut if I want to. So that's the plan for tomorrow, I think. Yourself, Cthulhu, or is it just going to be, you know, recovering from the game hours of Oceanic Challenge League?
Just the sheer gaming hours, honestly. Yeah, just getting that. Getting the full recovery, getting back into the swing of things. Look, it's all about that. Gotta, you know, sustain the gamer life somehow.
Yeah, look, you can only do so much prep when it comes to the Oceanic Challenge. There's only so many manic Monday VODs you can watch in getting prepared for a hosting role. So, look, it is what it is. Look, the funny thing is, I could say that joke. I don't think he's going to be watching the broadcast. So. It's we're safe for now. We're good to go. Look, hey, he's not going to be watching this part. It'll be straight to the gameplay. Okay, cool. We'll skip to the next round. That's when things kick off, and that's
cool story. That nice kind of deal, yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I reckon that's what we should do. Going into the next stage, we should do like an OCL takes over OCN for the night in week 3 or something, and then they have to try and take over OCL and just see what a mess it'll be. But right now, speaking of mess, editing the site's underway as we head down to the basement. The Warriors will be kicking things off on the attack. Cthulhu, LFO kicking things off on the defense, and I mean, look, that's where they've shined previously.
Yeah, look, LFO definitely have the good upper hand to kick things off for themselves, to, you know, have that deciding factor for themselves where they get to essentially dictate how much ground do they want to give away initially to the attack of Warriors, and see how they fare going from there on out. But I am liking the actual expansion a little bit further onto the meeting room, or rather meeting hall, and the top floor into the attic as well, which could be a good position, but again, does require quite a fair bit of manpower in there, so one would hope that LFO do fully acknowledge the need to be very cautious about where they position themselves. It is, though, also quite funny, or at least it would be funny, if Warriors read into the fact that it's only a singular person on site and just flat out bomb rush it.
Well, the other thing is, I mean, even if it was players on site, there's no utility to know. There's no, Wemai, no Jaeger. So that elbow hold is incredibly weak right now. So if they would have just hard push Con, they would get onto the site rather freely, and they would be able to go for that plant. But there's so much priority on this top-down clear. Mute Jammer's already being cleared out. Camera's being cleared out. I mean, does it maybe indicate that they're not quite prioritizing the site in that initial drone phase?
Well, that plus I think it's just they fully acknowledging that, yes, while they might just be able to rush in, it's more so the methodical approach to try to not get themselves into any sort of big surprises on the way to the actual site. That would be the better decision. With Bob getting better of Mckenzie, though, that is great. That is a big impactful player, a set of C4s, and a solid gun as well. So quite an impactful frag there straight off the bat, and Mr. Jackal doing its job as well, clearing out the Roman is good. Good Kinsey out of the equation as well, courtesy of Schmid. And just like that, you are looking at lineup of LFO that are starting to contemplate to default back to the side, and sure, they will.
All of a sudden it makes sense, the sideways keyboard being a thinker main, it adds up at the end of the day. But yeah, 2 quick picks off the board. Kinsey and Mckenzie, 2 of the OG players from the Oceanic Challenger League from Stage 1 last year. Right now, Tesla saw a prime opportunity to clear some of that information utility and finds the kill instead. Bops down, taking out the opening fragger of this round. Might even find more. Swings one way, but the player comes through that meeting door. Needs to be a bit more careful. Shots onto Schmidt. The stun there, the kill. Tesla for 2 before he falls, and that's exactly the sort of trade you want.
Not a bad trade at all. Yeah, look. Getting rid of a Jackal and the Finker before they even used up all of the frag grenades and the boosts is a great start right now for Tesla, especially draining so much time. I mean, you look at the timer, 35 seconds remaining. New Zealand Warriors need to start making a move, and right now, well, if Jordo can find an opener around the bunker entrance, that will be big. Apart from that, well, Nick has still a power position to just swing it.
Oh, he knows. He saw the traces, so he's got every bit of information he possibly needs to swing. No, unfortunately, the Roni lets Nick down. The SMG-11 from Drift. He's got to hit some shots, but he can't. It was a scrappy start to the round, but the Warriors the ones holding the broom by the end of it. They just sweep it all together. Unfortunately for the ex-Warriors roster, look at... Hold on. Oh, no, sorry. I thought for a second it was like... I don't know what I thought. He's using the keyboard with both hands.
Yeah.
But not to play. That's what got me.
I gotta say, Warriors so far off to a good start, though. Panda. They managed to quite cleanly isolate the initial roam, force them out of those positions. Yes, look, wedging Tesla out of that spot was a little bit of a scrappy round, but it did kind of attribute to the fact that they were a little bit too impatient in the way how they pushed. They didn't wait for the actual flashbang to pop. They didn't wait for any maybe frag grenades that they could have utilized, and unfortunately, well, up until then, Schmid and Bob got eliminated rather quickly. So overall, could be done a little bit better, but in saying that, still a really, really good offense by them. Now going into the second round, similar kind of setup, albeit slightly different regarding the rotations. That should promise a little bit more positional kind of safety for players like Kinsey, players like Mckenzie as well. Nick's position though, now that could be a big, big upset factor.
What do you reckon? What are the money odds that he gets the punch off on someone? Drone's going to go deep. I don't think it saw him, but it was enough to spook Nick just a little bit. He doesn't want to be holding around that angle too much longer. The drop down, yeah, he's vacated the premises, doesn't want anything to do with that small tower position. It was a risky play, and he knew that for a fact, but it was smart of him to pull off the way he did. Mckenzie, though, going to go toe-to-toe with Schmidt, and unfortunately, well, the nano boost is only available to the Warriors right now. No Thunderbird means Mckenzie's stuck with that much health, well, until he either dies or ends the round.
I mean, it's not yet the fatal amounts of damage that were dealt to him, so not the end of the game just yet. It will be making things a whole lot more difficult, say, taking some of the further gunfights. Tesla, though, could be that upset factor, albeit well, the call already comes in. The rotation is back to the site, so for the time being, a good drain of time. Look, a minute already gone with only Mckenzie taking a fraction of the damage. I'd say that's a win so far.
Mckenzie playing in security says, yeah, nah, I've hung around here long enough. He's going to get out. Nick with an incredibly late reinforcement. Almost halfway through the round, cutting off the rotate between kitchen and meeting. I mean, ballsy is probably the only way to describe what we just saw.
I mean, good idea, though, because the moment he realized that, look, kitchen and CCTV becoming not safe at all, might as well just completely reinforce it, because Bob didn't show any signs of him being overly aggressive. And with the fact that Mckenzie just pumped Jordo full of buckshot, well, doesn't really instill a whole lot of confidence to just go in and start swinging. So, as it stands, Warriors are starting to drain their resources for quite literally almost nothing. And from there on, it's kind of more so of a question, well, what needs to be done? 52 seconds remaining, and it wasn't them who actually found the opening frag.
Oh, Mckenzie's looking for more from the freezer stairs. He's gotten a lot of information. He's got support. Oh, he's pulled off the angle. Oh, my lord. Nick redeeming himself with that ripper of a headshot. And Schmidt as well being punished and taken out by Tesla. Oh, Kinsey almost loses his life to the feedy holes through that wall there. But for now, LFO bounced back from a very, very rough first round. They've taken some big command of this map. Oregon is sitting pretty as theirs right now.
Absolutely. Oh, and there's another swing, just like that, quick conclusion. We were just about to start waffling on and on. Drift Zone and Mckenzie, though, absolutely blasting their opposition out of the equation. Now, that is a good return to the form. LFO managing to rather early but decide to, you know, let's change things around a little bit. We kind of maybe a little bit overextended on certain plays. Play for that time has been basically flawless from LFO, I gotta say, and that was almost a pitch perfect just way of rotation, how you play and know exactly which ground is yours to stand, and a perfect play for the comfort zone as well, namely Mckenzie. I have to outline him. He kind of jiggled around the top floor, realized that maybe swinging is not particularly the best idea, especially against an LMG, especially with a Finker who has quite a very bountiful loadout of utility, and whilst, you know, still hanging around, dropped down the hatch the moment he kind of started hearing all of the footsteps and realizing that the collapse is about to start happening on his position. Dropped down, still hung around the ground floor. From there on, back into the freezer, and the freezer stairs were kind of the big playground for him. So overall, perfect rotation. Now he just needs to essentially do it a few more times and enable his team to get back to into the swing of things. Funnily enough, though, I am actually quite curious about this expansion onto the pool wall as well as a small tower. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, kitchen dining, it's... I cannot say. I don't think I've seen this site this year, but to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of Oregon this year. So that would be a pretty safe bet. Kitchen dining,
no,
yeah.
But like... The sheer setup, I mean, look at this. Walk-in closet reinforced. You have a Rooney gates with the shield on top of it at the wall into the games, right? And then you have multiple vertical holes in the CCTV and the kitchen.
Well, I mean, it's the standard hold. You hold the site vertically. They're just extending that verticality out horizontally, giving themselves a bit more room to work with, and providing that little bit more of a threat to the Warriors. So I can understand why they've done it. The only problem being, of course, that it is now starting to be chipped away at and bopped. With the first kill onto Drifts means that the setup might prove itself to be spread too thin. In the swing, Culture as well, almost finding one, but you look at it, Kinsey somehow gets out of that. I thought he was going to be stuck in that corner for the rest of the round. But they get the player out, they get back to safety, but they've completely vacated the second floor hold.
Something tells me that this whole setup was intended to be held for much, much longer. Unfortunately, though, that wasn't the case. Kinsey, though, does pick up a... I'm assuming... No, wait, that wasn't a run out, but it was the armory stairs, and Nick backs him up as well. Good play. And once again, just good timing on rotation. Fragged out, backed out.
I mean, it's just the power of the 1-2 combo. This is playing your numbers game, making sure that there is a buddy system in place. But Schmidt right now swinging in, gets kitchen, door control, and frags Mckenzie out as well. That is, well, a large portion of your defense, and in fact, your smoke player on the site as well. But just look at the fluidity with which LFWO are moving around the map. We head into the final minute. Nick is heading towards those big tower stairs and could go for a late pinch.
Schmidt is, I believe, expecting him, though, on that rotation, which is a perfect read from the Ash player. But I am still a little bit puzzled as to how did Ash survive a shotgun shot at this range to the body, but I'm assuming maybe just not all the pellets have connected. That could be a rather dangerous one, and, well, sure will be. Schmidt does nail it rather perfectly. So, in overall, Warriors, whilst having a scrappy beginning to it all, managed to actually come back and return this round into their hands rather convincingly.
Coach pushing in is absolutely cut apart. The crossfire there between Tez and Kinsey. You know Kinsey's in security and meets Schmidt when he walks through the door. So the previous punishment that Nick suffered is dealt in fold to the player who killed him. But Jordo on the job finds one. Tesla knows exactly what to do. Bides the time. Doesn't have a nitro cell. This could come down to the wire. Swings. No. Knows the exact pathing he needs to be taking, and LFWO double down for a second.
A little bit more scrappier of a round, not gonna lie, from LFWO, where Warriors nearly were able to figure thing out, and, well, the figuring out factor was basically just Schmidt absolutely just going nuts on his entries, and somehow just being allowed to basically waltz right directly onto the side, which felt a little bit awkward for LFWO. But apart from that, I am liking those almost to just a slight pinch experimental setups that they're bringing in, because I personally haven't really seen a whole lot of Aruni usage for the hold of upstairs, especially for the position that is the game side of the top floor. And with that expansion, it kind of made sense, but it kind of more so not ensued. Sorry, what's the right word? It was supposed to have at least a player playing around that area, like inside the games room. Whereas
I think it makes more sense if you're investing more bodies. So you'd almost want to hold with, I mean, 3, if not 4 or 5 players up on that second floor, which I think was the inherent problem.
Yeah, that's the other thing, yeah. With the fact that they only decided to dedicate only 2 players meant that, well, they didn't really have a whole lot of human resources, I suppose, to really work around with. Hello, Kinsey?
Debated, played, absolutely humiliated on broadcast. Not looking the right way, but oh, look, there you go. Tesla, the hero they need, not necessarily the hero they deserve.
Tesla, help, my eyes are not doing too good. Tesla just said, I got you, homie, and just absolutely fried that drum. But yeah, look, I am rating the plays the way how LFOs are doing. Kinsey, look, after the tomfoolery that was conducted at the tower, decided, you know what, I'm not having any of that. Rids New Zealand Warriors of one of the 2 of the hard breaches, which is going to be a rather impactful, because Scont doesn't really have as much of that flexible utility as the Maverick does to rotate around and maybe get the openers, and will get only a singular chance if he wants to open both the walk-in closet and the attic.
Now, the question, Cthulhu, is, was what we saw from Mckenzie hunting that drone all just mind games, pretending to be incompetent and failing to get the drone, just to bait them into a false sense of security so he could kill Jordo? Which also means that the hold on this side is going to be that much stronger, given this limited hard breach and the fact that Shant is the only one there, and you've got to play a very elevated angle. They will get it, thankfully, because they get the frag rainbow. It's a pretty easy wall to clear, but it means they are limited in which avenues they can take. Specifically, attic could be a problem.
Yeah. Usually when you are pushing the master bedroom and the walk-in closet, it does kind of require to have some sort of presence around the attic, and in saying that, it's a very much of a expanded crossfire setup. Schmidt, meanwhile, just kind of roaming around, almost trying to cosplay Nook, but doesn't actually have all the needed utility, and decides to not really generate too much sound just yet on trying to push the white stairs, which feels rather almost counterintuitive to a certain degree, Panda, which begs for a question, well, what is the actual idea here for Warriors to try to make a push? Because, yes, they might just confirm that there's nobody in the tower, but 45 seconds to go, they need to find some sort of an opener, and not that kind of opener as Bob nearly dies, and, well, finally does get in the crossfire.
Yeah, look, I can respect the attempt, but you were literally just shooting at one of the two of them just moments ago, not realizing that it was effectively, well, a death trap you're walking into. Schmidt finally going to find his one deep on that lurk, does take down Mckenzie. Playing down the stairs, looking for a nitro angle potentially, but there's still this crossfire on the trophy door to worry about. Kenzie finds a second, looking for more, can't find it as Shont just walks on in, tucking in by the foosball table. On the plant with Culture covering across the drop on a Tesla, but the walk through from Nick. 1 and 2, round over. LFO have bagged a third in a row.
Nick hitting the money walk there, really just decides to not even, you know, pace himself. You know, boys, I got it. Frags out, just walks in and like, yeah, hi, hello, that is, here's your death, here's your death. That's it, round's ours. LFO, look, I had a few concerns, I'll say that, with the way how at least the conclusion of the round was looking to be, with the not a whole lot of health back on Mckenzie and Kinsey on their crossfire, which did to a certain degree happen, unfortunately, to them. But I completely kind of forgot about the fact that, well, the rest of the team had pretty much all their positions all set up very solidly. So going into this one, LFO are looking to be the ones to take quite a number of points in their favor during the defense, which is going to be a rather promising opportunity because, yeah, like you pointed out right at the beginning of the show, for LFO, defensive side has been their most favorite. I mean, you look at Villa, 5 rounds on the defense where they managed to win out. Unfortunately, only a singular round of attack. Same goes for the Skyscraper against Dynasty. 3 rounds of defense, only 1 round of offense has been won out. So, overall, certainly it looks like we might be seeing majority point gain from the first half, and then, well, in comes the struggle of LFO to actually execute a very well-coordinated push on the attack.
I mean, the thing that blows my mind, so the Warriors take down Dynasty in week 1. And now they're down 3-1 against LFO, a team who has yet to pick up their first win in the competition. I mean, we did, you know, peg the Warriors to be one of the teams that was going to be looking good for going into top 4 towards the end of the stage. But right now, Boff, Kingrels, 2 veteran players from the Oceanic Challenge League, not playing tonight. And this Vodafone Warriors team looks a bit crippled.
Sure is. Look, I mean, Kingrels being one of the big playmakers for Warriors, with him being out of the equation, does supposed to be quite a bit dangerous. I say that, though, 2 very quick frags do eliminate Tesla and Mckenzie, the 2 veterans of LFO as well, which does make things a little bit more difficult. Kinsey as well, fragged out. So many just losses whilst being on the roam, which leaves barely a whole lot of opportunities. I say that Nick at least does manage to find some sort of redemption, needs to fall back, instead decides to expand even further, where he possibly will have to contest against the Hibana, which not the best kind of decision, albeit she is isolated. That could actually work out rather well, and with Drift Zone as well, he's being isolated in his 1v1.
I just spent, what, 25, 30 seconds dumpstering all over the Warriors, and all of a sudden they're just swinging aggressively, and they found 4 of 5 before we hit that final minute mark, and it's just Drifts to try and clutch up. Too many targets, too many options. He is well and truly scouted. He is stuck right now, can't even get the first. And the Warriors answer back with a very impressive round number 5, going into the final of the half. Look, hey, maybe our words have motivated them.
Quite possibly. You have to say, though, that that was a good return to form from them. Very well coordinated. That initial momentum, once again, the moment Warriors do manage to generate that early room for themselves to expand into, they're all good. They're all fine. They may trip up a couple times, but overall they will be the ones to come out on top within the conclusion of the round. The moment they are stalled out right at the start of the round, where they unable to find a frag maybe until the last minute of it, this is where the problems start to compound, where they, well, start thinking, well, we need to basically speed up our whole strat book and cram it in instead of say a 2-minute execution. This needs to be done within 30 seconds. And that's where they starting to look a little bit more lost, as much as one would hate to really call them lost. But quite a number of rounds definitely were pointing in the direction of, well, they are trying to play this by the book. Unfortunately, the book has been already rewritten multiple times by LFO during this Oregon game.
We end the half on diming, which means we aren't going to see kitchen meeting at all, which is something that I have not seen on Oregon for the longest time. But the truth of the matter is, obviously, the LFO prefer this as the as the choice between the two sites right now. Again, it's not for lack of trying. LFO minimum walk away with a 3-3 half, which is admirable, honestly, and given how the changes have been made recently coming into the new season with the attack repick and the changes to outside cameras, you can understand like why there would be a significant shift in attacker win rate.
In saying that, though, LFO would really want to have a 4-round win in the first half, because a 3-3, whilst it's being a neutral ground, it is going to pose a few more problems, and, well, obviously would require a whole lot more rounds to really be gained during the attack, which in return does put a little bit more extra pressure. The fact that Mckenzie right now is being shut off is big, but finally that shotgun connects. But now the issue being he's still locked out of rotating, and the moment he decides to swing out, it's going to be death. Well, it's a much sooner one that comes about, courtesy of culture.
Unfortunately, they're caught by the day, and the SAS defensive duo are going to be off the board before the round can really get that too deep in. Small tower control conceded. Mckenzie as well being threatened on those armory stairs. So despite a rough middle half, they've really bounced back. They're looking to close it strongly. But it's not done just yet. LFO have the tools and the players with guns in hand to try and resist.
Oh man, well, as it stands, Kinsey does get the better of Jordo, so he does equalize the player count, but needs to start making those rotations, because already the Jackal ping starts coming about, and defaulting back to the side will be much more required, given that, well, even just the sheer funneling through one of those breaches of Hibana could be pretty much just exactly what is needed. Not a whole lot of clear sight, as Drift Zone just generates one onto the A plan. Could be big, but in comes the smoke grenade, so this could be where the problems start compounding, but it's a trade, actually, between the two players.
What a flick, and with Nick taken bopped out of the equation, it's all on culture. Last nano boost pop, just to get him back up to full health right now. Two players in the showers at Nick, the one to close it down. Whoa, what a half.
I gotta commend Nick. He's just been absolutely on top of his game. Him and Kinsey, whenever, say, Mckenzie and Tesla do go down, they're the ones to look out for. They're the ones that just keep on pushing that envelope to the absolute maximum. And that was a really well played round by LFO. Despite the early losses, despite some of the issues, Mckenzie being able to hold on his position for as long as he did, that was already a dub. So one man holding up the whole team for almost what feels like a minute, I'd say that's a valid trade. Overall time for one of the players. So now going into round 7, we starting things off pretty much the comfort zone of Oregon, that is being the laundry. Warriors, they changed the round a little bit. They introduced the Legion, which means that they are looking to passively, basically, slow down the actual approach of the attackers, try to slow down the push of the LFO, because they know that LFO are looking to get aggressive. Namely, again, Nick, Kinsey, and Mckenzie. Tesla and Drift Zone, the two hard breaches, whilst they can aggress, so far not a whole lot of promising signs have been shown. And theoretically, whilst I did highlight Mckenzie, he bears more so the potential rather than currently the performance.
Well, unfortunately, it seems that I've lost feed, so I'm not sure what's going on. We'll have to, we'll have to see what the move forward is. So you might have to take this from here, Cthulhu.
All right. Well, I mean, as it stands, you're not really missing out on a whole lot, minus the fact that there's a little bit of an expansion towards the meeting room. Not as much of the utility has been really actually introduced to the upstairs hold, so majority is still there for the actual site. So we're looking at essentially a little bit of a light version of what LFO have been doing. So have that sort of initial couple shots there, maybe a few warning shots, and from there on, the moment you realize that, okay, well, the heat is starting to come in now, this is where we kind of back away from the position. And sure, at least the watchtower top floor has been completely now evacuated, but Schmidt has a good idea of, well, where he wants to take those early gunfights. So fingers crossed we are going to be seeing some sort of changes. Drone in comes straight away, but which will be forcing Schmidt out of his spot. But again, it's all nice and clean so far. Pretty much decent rotations, minute drained. For Warriors, though, it's still plenty of time for a push.
Well, we're back. We're good to go. My feed is on, and, well, no one died, which is a pretty solid way to play the round. I'm so glad that these guys just love me that much, that they're willing to not frag out while I'm reconnecting. It's just this inherent bond that we have here in the Oceanic Challenger League. But right now, Nick, looking to get aggressive, looking to carry things on with the Finker over the Aruni. Obviously, you can't play both, but Mckenzie is going to be a bit of a wild card here on the Nook, looking to walk on through, but no. Jordo playing tucked into Zulu, read into it perfectly and shuts him down.
Absolutely clean deal. With Mckenzie out of the equation, that's your big kind of flank play, which will be forcing the rest of LFO now play a much more one-dimensional push. Whilst, yes, there is presence of Kinsey on the tower stairs, you would have wanted to have somebody in the freezer as well. With Bob getting better of Kinsey, once again, that's even more narrowed down of a push.
Oh, 2 players off the board for LFO and 2, well, I mean, 1 impactful, you'd argue, with Kinsey, and the swing onto Drifts is rather rough, but Nick and Drifts answer back, striking like pythons as Nick doubles down. And all of a sudden, the momentum shift is quick and it is significant. The 2 SAS players, the last remaining, heading into the final 30 seconds. Though Cthulhu, we've seen what work they can do. The ping's coming out, the info's there. Unfortunately, the ADS 8, they're gone 6 rounds, so that camera will be in play for a little bit longer. We hear the groove mines going off, as well as the Warriors looking to mount that last-ditch effort to try and keep this round theirs. 10 seconds on the clock. All they have to do is stall and delay. Sean tucked into elbow, falls to Tesla. Drifts on the plant. Player in elbow now dead as Geordie hits it with the SMG-11. Tucked into the corner. Drifts will confirm. Nick's low, but he holds down Mouse 1, covers the angle, and it's all LF. Whoa.
All right, LF. Whoa. Look, I've been very skeptical about their attack side coming into today's Playday, but it is looking really good for them. If they basically just have 2 more rounds to really go. Match point will definitely reinforce their position and make things a little bit less pressured, but we've seen them in that position before, where they managed to achieve that the fabled 5-1 or 5-2 scoreline, and kind of from there it all started falling apart. So I'm not yet holding my breath in regards to LF4, whilst there was a really good coordination and execution. Given that Warriors are looking to retry the site, does mean that they have a good idea of now what needs to be done. Already the change of Schmid from Elysian to Goyo now shows signs for the possible adaptation overall, and Goyo's utility could actually be used in a much more different way of holding off the actual approach. And given the fact that they were able to isolate that flank play extremely well, Warriors might just be able to win out round number 8, push this into a 5-3, and then from there on begin their own kind of reverse sweep kind of deal.
You'd have to hope so if you're a Vodafone Warriors fan, Cthulhu, because, I mean, if they lose here, in this situation, if they drop the next 2 rounds, that would be 2 weeks in a row where they have dropped their map 7-2, which is not at all how you want to start your stage, especially knowing these players. I mean, you might be playing to enjoy the game here in the Oceanic Challenge League, but you're playing to push on to the Oceanic Nationals and then APAC South, of course. And with that promotions happening at the end of each stage, promotion is a very real possibility, and you can't afford to be dropping maps, even rounds at this stage.
Ay. Well, curious to see what will be the end outcome for Warriors and LFO. So far, very thorough push. They're making sure that they're not really leaving a whole lot of things to chance. And So far, so good. Interesting to see that Mckenzie kind of initially had an idea of being that flank player to go in for the Nook flanks, but now decided to actually fall back to the Iana picks. Already the hunt for Schmid is on, as Nick and Mckenzie are looking to do quite some damage, but as it stands, the Vector is a little bit more powerful. Already half HP, another reswing comes about. This is just so dangerous right now for both Schmid and Nick as it stands. C4 in. Does that get the frag? The frag grenade also doesn't connect, which is the most amusing thing out of it all, but it's a pre-fire, very prolonged one as well from Mckenzie to wrap it up. So that's the whole flank now set up. Now they need to actually start slowly but surely moving on to the actual site.
I mean, Mckenzie hit that shot like he was Schmidt's keyboard, hitting it sideways. Unfortunately, Jordo catches him, hits him square in the midriff with the shotgun, takes him down. So we're at a 4 versus 4. But I mean, that's a Goyo gone for your Iana. Both pretty key operators, but I mean, given the utility that was committed early, not the worst situation for the Warriors.
Oh man. Curious. See what is going to be the end outcome now that Mckenzie has been traded out for Schmid. Still could be very much of a one-dimensional play. 35 seconds to go. Only now the smoke grenade is starting to get used, as well as the Goyo shields. This is not the position to push. So right now, Nick needs to be the big leverage player here. If he can find the Jaeger, that could be big. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. Kinsey on the double.
Oh
it is all
my.
falling apart. LFWO about to forfeit this round, and sure they will be. Warriors absolutely dominating on their play.
I mean, a absolutely stunning effort from Culture there. 3 kills for himself, holding down tops. The man just slammed the door in LFO's face, and they are going to do minimum one better than last week.
Absolutely just stunning play. But curious to see now if that is going to serve as that kind of big snowball momentum play for Warriors, if they will be able to actually keep on pushing the rounds, because LFO are still far away from that comfort zone of the match point of at least ensuring the overtime for themselves. So if they fumble here 3 more rounds, this is going to be basically a huge embarrassment for them if they do take a loss here. So really not a whole lot of changes I'm really seeing with their lineup, so I'm assuming it's more so just them trying to really just clean up their comms, their their coordination as well. From there on, we shall be seeing some big changes. I do want to kind of really point out that we haven't really seen a lot of reinforcement towards the flank play. It's always either 1, maximum 2 people that's been dedicated to that, and even then the 2 people that were dedicated to the flank play had pretty much solo positions to hold on to or try to swing, which basically served as a 1vx kind of play in the hopes of trying to find some sort of a room for comfort for the rest of the roster of LFWO, and it felt a little bit almost counterintuitive, whereas maybe it should be that the main push, say something like in context of this side, pushing the master bedroom and the walk-in closet needs to be a 2-man job, whilst the rest are applying pressure onto the attic. And because 9 out of 10 times we've seen so far, it's been well, not as much of a presence in the armory, not enough to justify.
You show that door who's boss, Nick.
Not enough to actually justify it, to actually have a dedicated player sitting around that position, which feels rather weird.
Yeah, look, it is what it is. This is the Oceanic Challenger League, of course. This is where you can experiment and start to develop those strategies that you then take on into the Oceanic Nationals. It's about developing those key skills right now. But as it stands, Schmidt down here, bottom big tower, is in a huge position to go for a flank play if they can catch any presence in big tower. There is a drone there. He will shoot it, and that should give his position away, but I mean, now look at that. Tesla's attention is drawn. They have some idea that there is this presence close by, and they're going to need to send bodies over to try and cover.
Absolutely. Looking to open up for themselves a little bit more, but stands LFWO taking their sweet time, Schmidt's position has been unscouted completely, so whenever the actual push, very aggressive one does come about, Schmidt will have perfect leverage to absolutely shut down any sort of aggression without Culture even needing to basically move an inch, which could be problematic, and certainly seems like they've acknowledged at least some sort of a problem later down the line. But so far, yeah, there it is. There's the frag onto Tesla. Schmidt's position is all perfect, but Bob does get fragged out by Mckenzie. That's generated a good ground, and already he's in! Wait, Nick is in!
He's taking the site right now. The big LNG in hand. Mckenzie's there to help him play a spot at top white. Spray is massive. And Drift's going to walk on through. Schmidt isolated it. He had no idea that he was moments away from death. And LFWO, absolute smash grab, steal the site and the round.
My oh my, LFWO. Oh, just as we were starting to say maybe the coordination issues were starting to arise, it was more so just merely a ruse maybe for them to bait Warriors into a full sense of security, and the way how it all worked out was just perfect. Again, it was off the back of Nick. It was huge, and well, obviously Nick and Mckenzie, with Mckenzie getting the rid of the presence on the white stairs, it opened up a huge window of opportunity for Nick to just walk in, get rid of the attic presence, and it still kind of baffles me that there was nobody by the actual games room, which felt a little bit kind of miscommunicated, maybe misplayed on the side of Warriors, but whoa, perfect read.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, LFWO. It's in the name, mate. Like, it's just there's no other way to put it. LFWO. These guys are absolutely storming through Playday 3. They're looking to get their first win under the belt as well, which, I mean, that all but locks Warriors out of playoffs contention. Well, actually, sorry, no, not playoffs contention, standings contention for the promotion into the OCN. I mean, if that's the ideal situation. You're LFO, you've dropped your 2 first matches of the season, barring some miracle, there's a highly unlikely chance that you're going to be making promotion yourself. So play Gatekeeper. Do it. Go hard.
Absolutely. Play that. Indeed. LFO, yeah, look, again, the roster that we initially at the beginning of the season highlighted to be the one to possibly introduce those upsets, and certainly it looks like we just might be seeing the upset to actually come about. If this round is won, LFO will completely upset Warriors here, where they started off in such a good way. Look, I mean, beating Dynasty 7-4 on Villa, and then goes the downward spirals, losing to Spheres 7-2, and now possibly looking at a 7-3 loss as well.
Schmidt just lurking on the Storm's defense once again. Nitro Cell is going to be huge as well as he removes Nick from the armory stairs. It's exactly what you want. No more nano boost. No, and one of the key players for this LFO roster now relegated to cam duty. And Mckenzie going to go on the hunt, trying to catch Schmidt, trying to cut him off before he can wreak any more havoc. And given that the freezer stairs is the position he's playing, unfortunately, it is just going to be ships passing in the night. Neither of the two are going to meet each other just yet.
But getting rid of Nick in the early stages, that is big, given that he was the big playmaker so far, well, with Kinsey being right behind him. So this is looking rather like an opportune moment for Warriors to really yoink it away. Culture has a perfect angle, just misses the opportunity to find some fire, and no information about the presence. In comes the swing, and straight away forced out of that spot, and back onto a much more, well, passive spot. Finally, the frag grenade will be the one to actually force him out of this very upfront position in the attic. So overall, good play by LFO, but again, less than a minute remaining, and they need to find 5 frags whilst being at a man down.
Player bottom white stairs and all Mckenzie. Almost presented with it. Schmidt, he's there, but it's Jordo to find the follow-up kill. Kinsey falls. Schmidt holding the angles, just going to lose it outright. No! Bopped! He just died behind you, and that's a freebie for Mckenzie. All of a sudden, it's all coming apart. Shant will semi-redeem the situation as Tesla falls as well. They didn't know that Culture was sitting in pit just then, and now it's on Mckenzie with 20 seconds remaining to clutch up the 1 versus 3. Does he have any idea? No, the diffuser's in a great spot for him. He's going to bash out the barbed wire. 2 players in pit. All he's got to do is line up the shots. Goes for the swing, but no. Absolutely minced, and the Warriors are good for a 4th.
That's a deadly angle to peek directly into. That crossfire would have been looking very uncomfortable to deal with. And if he would have somehow managed to win out, that would have been a completely different turnout. But, well, regardless, Warriors do make it that 4th point for themselves, which is looking rather good, rather promising overall. Keeping, so far, the overall momentum still workable for them. This is not it just yet. Possibly, look, LFO could be fumbling here, but again, match point should still be providing at least some form of a comfort, and going into the downstairs site, it was pretty successful for LFO on the attack. They managed to wedge it out rather well in their first attempt, albeit second attempt didn't really work out. So I suppose now it's more so a question of how will they play it out, because yet again it's a 3rd reiteration of the operators roster as well for this very site, with the introduction of the Mozzie instead of the, what was it, Goyo in the 2nd iteration, I believe.
Well, 2 rounds Cthulhu, 2 rounds to OT. Possible, doable, entirely feasible at the most. Both hunting drones, Bopped and Schmidt prone on the floor. Bellies to the ground, hunting for that information, gathering gadgetry. Not to be found as the round gets itself underway. Last minute reinforcements in those hatches. Takes a bit of time to get that prep set up. And as a result, will allow some of those LFO drones to get deeper into the building and find info. Nick is going to get so much out of this drone already. Spots the player elbow, spots the shield, but Shant's on cams. Shant's on cams, he's just going to jump off. So he doesn't know that he has just been droned out. That's dangerous.
Yeah, that could be problematic. Albeit there's still some utility to catch some of those projectiles as well as grenades. So could be pretty still safe in all regards. Curious how will really LFO approach this, because no more of the presence there is about the freezer. I say that Mckenzie is just walking down the stairs of the freezer. Oh, actually, pardon me, just outside of the building. The silhouette looked like he was about to go downstairs. But regardless, it seems like LFO has spread a little bit, maybe too thin. Not a whole lot of information about the kitchen or the dining presence, which means face-checking galore is going to come about. Oh, this could be big. No, Mckenzie, oh my god.
Mckenzie playing some dangerous games there. Does get some damage onto Jordo, which could be a good start. The hatch as well, and E-Box going to be opened up. Look at Mckenzie and Nick primed and ready, playing around this Tarp's position that, oh no, the ADSs don't quite go deep enough. Shunt will be able to swing out and clear the air jabs, and there we go. Second ADS dealt with, but no, they haven't cleared the shield, unfortunately. Not throwing the smoke, the stuns deep enough has cost them dearly, but Kenzie finds the first, finds Schmidt, and that's freezer control freely given up to the Warriors.
Yeah, the drone is about to confirm that the freezer is completely free for the taking for now. Tesla does need to make a swing. No, that's a grenade down! Oh, that's so much damage as well onto Drift Zone. Oh, that is unfortunate. Well, now it forces Drift Zone at a huge health disadvantage to just absolutely send it instead.
Mckenzie!
Oh,
what is he doing? How is he let to get away with that? Culture, though, swings out for 2. They've let him get away with just as much as Mckenzie. But Kenzie in from behind, spots the player on the shield. He has to go deep in next there, but he's been punished. Culture might steal this one back. What an absolute calamity for LFO. Unfortunately, though, they know where these 2 players are remaining. Kenzie, head was there. It was primed and ready for him, just tucked in. He's walking through elbow. Toxic canister there to force him off. He's got 14 seconds. All he needs is a pixel. And Culture, like a thief in the night, has helped steal this round away.
How was his position not checked? Is completely beyond me, Panda. That was just deadly. Deadly from Culture, and his position pretty much worked out perfectly for him, courtesy of the fact that basically no information was had on the bottom floor, and it was all down to face checking and expecting basically miracles for LFO to work out and happen. Oh man, sad day for LFO, because this was by far one of the most interesting ways of probably wrapping up the map for them, and they could have probably wrapped it up right here, right now, but Warriors now on the upward spiral, looking to completely derail the LFO train here, given that they did manage to achieve the match point. From there on, it doesn't look like they are bound to grab any more points just off the back of just how much miscoordination there was in the past couple of rounds from LFO. And Warriors just clinical on, first of all, shutting down this drone game and playing off the back of the missed drones on quite a fair few positions.
But that's the thing. These rounds that Warriors are getting away with those misdrone positions and those unchecked angles are rounds that up until that moment should have been LFOs. By all rights, by all means, for all intents and purposes, those rounds should have been LFOs because they are storming in, they are taking key positions, they are finding key frags, but it's culture time and time again, these tiny, unthinkable angles that are punishing them.
The angle's certainly been rather strong. Schmid, very up front position. Look at this reinforcement of the Magnet. 2 ADSs as well. Rather big. Oh, no. Okay, yeah, that's the bell, essentially, to be rang out to just get out of there. So much utility being drained. It's absolutely actually nuts. Oh, my lord. Just only on a singular position.
Oh.
No, Nick! No! Oh,
Absolute
lordy.
pain. I mean, luckily, all of Tesla's utility had already been committed, so...
But still, that's a big LMG as well that you're losing out completely, and another body to throw down the whole firing line. So it just felt just so wasted still.
Look, as much in-game as out-of-game, we like to stay positive here. Nick, what an answer back. Looking to redeem himself after Mckenzie and Tesla have both fallen. This might just be a quick grab of that meeting angle. Kenzie shuts down shot, and all of a sudden we're back in the 3-3. That initial kill is not gonna matter. And oh my god, Jordo! Don't swing angles like that knowing there are machine guns watching the doorway. And all of a sudden, it's going the other way. Oh no, I go to hype them up and they've just made the same mistake they made time and time again. Kinsey gets caught by the player sitting by the deployable table. Player there, Nick, he's gonna hit his third. It's all on culture. He's clutched up before. He needs to do it again, but he can't. What a mess of a round, but it's the round LFO need.
Just as we thought that the LFO about to become LF throw, but they seem to have managed to find the recovery again and again. It was courtesy of Nick. And a very well played moment by the Finka player. Gotta say though, still a very scrappy, still a lot of things to go back to and to fix up, because otherwise LFO comes any team that is currently in the top 4 positions and they could completely obliterate them.
They had us there for a moment. They really did. The round kicks off and Tesla's dead. And you're thinking, oh no, this may not play out the way you want to. We might be going to overtime. And then Nick activates, hits his shots, and then Kenzie gets caught out by the player behind the table in the sight. And then Nick does it again, shooting around his teammate's thigh, no less, to get the kill. They had us in the beginning, they closed it out eventually, but LFO are finally on the board with a win.
Yeah, finally on the board, finally sorted themselves out in a very interesting way, I have to say as well, because that was a absolutely mess of a round. But look, we still managed to make it. We still managed to get the dub. I believe I just bumped the table a little bit too hard.
I've already done it. It was that emotionally charged.
just that emotionally charged, man. But yeah, look, well played by LFO, given that it was a much needed victory today.
Yeah, it's going to be a win on the board for LFO, finally in regulation time, no less. We have an interviewee coming to join us. It's one of the old guard. It's Tesla coming in for a bit of a chat after that. Well, look, a victory. Tesla, it was messy. You had us a couple of times there, but you pull out the win. What's it like taking down your former org?
Oh, honestly, there was a little bit of a rivalry. Like, we thought we were going into the game, but like, we were confident. We knew we had it in the end. We got more than one attack this time, so it actually worked.
Actually, as a matter of fact, do run us through what did change ever since the past technically 2 weeks, with you guys certainly looking a little bit more confident. But is it more of just a kind of a switch around a little bit in roles, or was it just literally just a matter of confidence / coordination?
I think it's more or less confidence in our own play. Going into the first week, we only had a little bit of prep going into it. Honestly, we were plagued in our preseason with so many issues. I could write a list, but I think with our first game we were a little shaky. Our second game we were just a little bit unprepared, and we did not know how to attack. So we spent this whole Tuesday to today, working on attacks constantly, just making sure we had our defaults down pat, making sure we weren't making any issues, hopefully, besides Nick TKing me, you know.
Yeah, look.
He nearly got it, man.
For certain we were heading to overtime, and then you guys put it back. But there were a couple of moments throughout that match where you guys, you were own worst enemy. But the moments where you guys really shone in that first half, playing your numbers game, is that something you guys have been drilling into yourselves to get ready for, match days?
Yeah, we've been working a lot on refrags because we have a really bad habit of just losing a pick with someone just not anywhere remotely near. So we've just been drilling it. Honestly, like the last week, we've just been drilling really hard, making sure that we're ready for the rest of the season. Try to place as high as we can. I think first might be out of the equation depending on games, but I think we can definitely make some good games out of our rest of our games.
I mean, look, if nothing else, you've done a great job of gatekeeping the Warriors right now. But Tesla, before you let you head off and celebrate your victory, is there anyone you'd like to shout out?
I'd like to shout out all the homies that are supporting us back in our chat, like all the guys that have been with us since the beginning. If there's any fans out there, shout out to you guys. Like, I know we haven't got many, but we're a good team. I honestly feel like we can do some damage in this league.
Well, look, it starts today. What you can achieve next week, we look forward to seeing. But Tez, head off, enjoy the victory with the boys. Cthulhu, match
Thanks
one
for the cast, boys.
done, and oh boy, it was an edge of the seat experience from start to finish. Look, I could not have called how that last round was going to go after the team kill.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was an absolutely just swing back and forth between who gets the favor, who gets the possibilities. And well, look, well done by LFO. Like Tesla said, yes, they absolutely have that momentum, that potential to cause damage and absolutely derail quite a lot of expectations as well about quite a fair few teams. I mean, look at the standings and what teams they already got out of the equation. They got ridden off the Dynasty and the and Spheres. So now the next kind of big team that they will have to really tough out is Kraken. The rest of the teams out there, they could easily contest with.
Well, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back, we head into our next match, of course. Altered Zelios taking Antic R6. A team that's claimed to fame currently is that they're not bottom of the leaderboard versus the team that currently is. Whether or not they lock it in front of the week, we'll have to find out after the break. So, make sure you're here, ready to go. We'll be back soon.
They say that I should save my career, but all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines. I know our last trip was ages ago. Ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. I don't want Tokyo. I don't want
With our first match being a edge of the seat experience, maybe, just maybe, things will calm down and we'll get to just see, you know, yeah, run-of-the-mill, nice, easy pace Siege. But look, unfortunately, Cthulhu, we know that for a fact. It is not going to be the case. This is the Oceanic Challenger League. Nothing is quite easy or breezy. It's Altered Zelios versus Antic R6 next. Two teams, look, you've got, like I said before the break, the team that's current claim to fame on Twitter is that they are not bottom of the CL leaderboard versus a team that currently is the team that could change that tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, on the side of Antic, a team that's seen a bit of a fall from grace, not gonna lie. The way how so far things been playing out, not been the most favorable. I mean, you look at the first week, it was a 7-4 loss to Kings, and then the 7-2 loss to Kraken in week 2. Whereas for Zelios, look, a win against the against 16-20 Kings, and then a loss to Kraken. So theoretically, Zelios got all their tough opponents out of the equation. So now going into this one, technically Zelios could be the ones to be favored here, just given the fact that they, like they stated before, they playing for a playstyle of just having fun more so than actually, you know, being serious about it, which kind of implies that they are not particularly really kind of out there having much to lose. Whereas on the side of Antic, they want to prove themselves, and well, so far not a whole lot of proving has been actually conducted.
Well, their opponents tonight, Antic R6 on your screen. You see bottom left, one of the fan favourites, or at least one of our fan favourites, fellow New Zealander Face Cream back in the roster full time. Owen, his arsenal of keyboards, unfortunately has yet to help the team pick up a victory.
Maybe he should, you know, donate a couple keyboards, maybe a couple of his mice as well. But overall, look, I mean, it's an impressive collection. I'll give him that. That is a lot of different setups, and I'm assuming each one of them has different set of switches as well on top of it all. But I gotta say, yeah, Antic, whilst a team that bears a lot of promise, has a lot of things that they need to fix up before that actual promise will come to fruition. And it's something that they haven't really been able to showcase really well. I mean, again, 16-20 Kings on Clubhouse, 2 rounds win on the defense, 2 rounds win on the attack. That's all they were given. Against Kraken, obviously, again, the powerhouse, it's the kind of the most favorable team throughout this season so far. Again, 1 round on defense on Clubhouse, 1 round of defense on the attack. So far, the only real conclusive kind of result that we got from Antic, don't go to Clubhouse.
Well, if we love nothing else in ANZ, it's a good anime revenge arc, so maybe this is going to be the day that Antic kicked that off. But to figure out whether that's the case or not, we've got to start with where we're playing. Of course, the map vetoes to see if Antic do have what it takes to push back and potentially carry on through the stage. Well, Cthulhu, we are no longer the Oceanic Chalet League, we are the Oregon Challenger League.
Yeah, look, it seems that it's going to be the big favorite so far for tonight, but can't blame people. Look, it's one of those, it's the second most picked map, if not the most picked map within APAC in general, at least for back in the previous days as well, back in the previous year. So wouldn't put it past that this is going to be kind of the, I suppose, the comfort ground. It was the comfort ground back when it was the 5 roster for Face Cream to absolutely farm frags with the MP5K, no matter whether it was the mute with the MP5K or whether it was Wamai, as long as there was the 1.5 times scope and the actual gun itself, no problems were there at all. So I'm assuming this is just basically way by Antic, just get back to literally bare bone basics and start it up once again.
I mean, you could not pick a better map for it, maybe Clubhouse, but even then I'd argue at the moment Oregon
Clubhouse.
Oregon is probably the bare bones of what a team should know when it comes to comm, even more so than Clubhouse at the moment, given how prevalent Oregon is in the competitive pool. But I mean, the unfortunate nature being with no playoffs on the horizon, obviously that we're not running that format at this stage. It's literally whoever finishes the stage, wherever they finish, that's where they finish, and the first place team gets to play for emotions. Antic still have a chance. There are still 15 points up for grabs. It will require a lot of overtime wins and losses for the other teams in the pool, but it begins here if the dream is to become a reality. Cthulhu, we're heading to Oregon once again. It's like we never left.
It's like we never left indeed, Panda, and that is very much true. Look, I am keen to see what this iteration of Oregon will bring us, really, because Ultitelius could go for a few very unusual bans and picks, and I would be probably expecting them to be the most kind of off-meta picks for both attack and defense, whereas Antic, I'm expecting them to be very much kind of by the book yet again. Thatcher, though, off the board, understandable, once again. The operator that bears a very powerful utility once again. Nothing really too surprising just yet. Monty, though, and for Ultitelius, who did play Monty actually on F5? Did we remember?
I don't remember seeing one, but I can understand why it would be banned, especially, you know, after seeing Monty over the weekend. But unfortunately, you weren't there. You had internet issues.
Yeah.
But
well, I did watch the stream. Okay, Clash out of the equation. Okay, so they just flat out don't want any sort of shield play. I do think I remember at least some form of a shield play from Antic.
Wazoo has played the Clash before.
Yeah.
He's showing Clash. Obviously, there's some murmurings that, you know, this is something that they're scrimming, possibly. But to outright ban Monty Clash either signals that they know something or they just don't care.
Quite possibly. I mean, this does straight away open up the possibility for Flores to be popped around for, say, the attacker repick. Twitch as well for Gunbag. It could be a very, very thorough, and sorry, not a very thorough, very strong pick for the attack. Apart from that, nothing really a whole lot stands out for me personally. Curious though that it's Wazoo that gets the Wamai, but
attackers need to locate.
yeah, Ice Cream is back onto the field, albeit with no MP5K, so we back to a bit more kind of basic kind of pick of the SAS operator than Shogun the SMG-11. But overall, look, I am curious if Antic will be able to really make a comeback. You do make, though, a good point that 15 points will be still there up for grabs, but a whole lot of things need to align. Funnily enough, we do actually have still, without the conclusion of this obviously matchup, a four-way tiebreaker between Ultitelius, Dynasty, K16, and Warriors. All of them sitting at 3 pointers.
One of them's currently playing, two more of them they have yet to play. But, I mean, the crazy thing is Antic, at the moment, regardless of the outcome of this, are still a win shy of everybody else. So even if they win this, they're still part of that multiple-way tie with 3 points, and then they have to keep winning the next couple of weeks with other teams falling behind. So it's an unfortunate start to the season. Altered Zelios, look, they're just here to have a good time.
That's the beautiful thing, really, about the way how they approach. They just here to have a good time. So a lot of much more kind of lighthearted approach to certain plays could be there, and maybe just kind of an approach to, you know, strike out. Just go crazy for those picks. Straight away, I mean, we also see a lineup of the operators that can be, each and one of them can be pretty much the front runner for the entry frag role. Even the Hibana with the Type 89, it's still a very high rate of fire, high damage rifle that could do a lot of good, really, for the team. And the rest of the roster has phenomenal even utility on top of it all. So, as it stands, Ultitelius could just even flat out pull off a full-blown rush.
Well, this is something that I never thought I would say, but there are currently more drones left for Altered Zelios than there are minutes left in play. But by a very slim margin, and with that, we kick things off. Face Cream finds the first kill on the Goon as Wazoo absolutely devours the frag grenade. His teammate falls in quick succession as Rice gets on the job. And despite the number of jokes we've seen at Rice's expense about his lack of frag capabilities, he's got one on the board. He's currently sitting positive. It's a case of whether he stays there.
Yeah, but hey, at least gotta start somewhere, and the first round would be rather perfect. I have to commend Ultitelius did manage to completely wipe out the whole of Rome on the ground floor borderline perfectly, minus the loss of Gunbag. Rice and Snip did a phenomenal job at just clearing out the Zulu, clearing out the CCTV position. So overall, well done and dusted. But I say that River does nail a nice headshot onto Rice, which does bring us a little bit closer to equalization of the man count. As at the moment, all three Ultitelius players are very much disconnected from one another, but Trippin does rendezvous with one of his teammates.
Banana in a bit of trouble. River gonna cop some shots as well. Close turret rotating at a freezer. Absolutely devoured by Snip, and it will be a trade to close the round. River and Trippin will find each other. Unfortunately, as one could say, River tripping over the finish line.
Good one.
Cthulhu, if he could, would punch me through the screen.
Oh yeah. Look, sometimes it's
You-
just
you wonder what-
the primal urge to just just absolutely send it. Even just just start throwing haymakers at the monitor sometimes with you, Panda.
Yeah,
It's-
you guys only see what goes on screen during a broadcast. You can only imagine what he has to put up with behind the scenes.
Oh man, this pain. I'm trying to drink champagne here, but don't have any champ. It's just pain out here. Well, so can be similar thing could be really sad for Antics first round, given how uneventful it was at the beginning of it all. Apart from claiming the life of Goonbag, but trading out your Twitch for the full roam setup, and then forcing your two remaining players to hold out what basically is 2 angles per person. Signals for a lot of problems. So good idea though by Antic to not really get held up by that one single side and decide to keep on rotating things around, keep it fresh, keep it keep the opponents questioning as to where the push could be or should be done rather. Curious how will the introduction of Thorn really play into this very setup, because you don't really have say either Melusi or Elysian to play kind of in tandem with Thorn's utility, so I'm assuming it is being more so used as a spicy motion tracker.
A spicy motion tracker. Quality. Content. But,
I mean, is it not though?
look,
It
spicy,
goes off when
pointy.
when a player is in a proximity and decides to almost blow up.
Cthulhu, I think I'm going to to return to some point that I made in week 1. Don't care. Didn't ask. Carrying on with round 2. Round 2. Look, we're here. Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of the Thorn. We haven't seen as much of it as I would have liked. It's interesting, though, that it's not being paired with what you'd expect it to be. The likes of the Melusi, the likes of, well, a Clash, which is banned out, of course, so it's not going to be paired with that, but some other
Yes, thank you
utility
for
which
bearing
would
in
slow
mind.
down the push. Yeah.
In saying that though, well, an attempt to drop down and bail out was made, but unfortunately to no avail. Goonbag said, well, that's all cool and all. I like your setup, G, but yeah, you gotta check your 6.
What is that even your 6 feet below, 6 feet under? I
Yeah,
suppose.
basically,
Like,
yeah,
not
6
wrong,
feet
yeah.
below, yes. Exactly.
But what they may not have checked is player sitting in meeting. From the looks of things, no kitchen. It would seem just tucked in by the wall. This could be deadly. There's a lot of angles that need to be dealt with, and with Owen off the board, Trippin answered back. River with this big Uzi might be just be able to do the damage they need, and especially with Wazoo hitting Rice out of the round. This MP5 that we talked about traditionally in the hands of Face Cream, of course, but no, Banana's on the job. The swing wide from River might just be the one to clutch it up. 4 kills to his name right now. It is effectively a 1 versus 1 as the plant is going down deep into Kids, swinging the angle. No chance. Goon absolutely locks it down, and that's exactly the courage you want in a plant situation.
Perfect coverage, perfect setup, perfect timing as well on of it all. Ultidelius, look, yeah. Wonder what is... Banana's probably just shielding himself from all the sheer rain of comments probably in the Twitch chat currently about it all, but the rest of the team is doing pretty good.
I wonder
Zealous
if
certainly have a
Goon's been playing a bit of Carly. Looks like he's got a bit of scope eye, unfortunately.
Must be,
Look, I can
really.
attest. I almost gave myself a black eye the other day because my favourite shoes have rubber soles and they stick out a bit from the toe. And have you ever done that, Cthulhu, where you got to open a door, it hits your shoe, and then you pull it again and it almost hits in the face? Is that just me? Who knows?
I think that's just you, man. Can't relate to foot coordination problems there.
Yeah,
Maybe
look,
later
it's
down the line
It's
in
a
my
dangerous
age.
business being a caster in 2022. Everything's out to get you.
even your
Even the doors.
even the doors, even the shoes, just literally everything is a hazard zone at this point, Panda.
No, I think maybe I'm the hazard zone.
Yeah, all right. See, that would imply that you would be a hazard to people, you know, when you're playing even in Siege, but even they're kind of fragless.
Oh no, that tracks. The logic tracks. I am a hazard to my teammates as much as myself.
Yeah, all right. Well, speaking of hazard, Nasty's looking to do a bit of expansion on the top floor to try to maybe back up River's position here. Once again, a little bit of a disconnected expansion is probably the only way to really describe this. Whilst River did manage to rendezvous and get a little bit closer to Face Cream's position, they still, well, okay, finally they're in a position where they could refrag each other straight off the bat, but again, usually results in just those very quick 1v1s that don't really go the way how they want it.
Pocket mute jammer and play the Face Cream, but oh my lord, he's drifting out. Hake's tripping, looking for more, joining up with Wazoo to lock this long corridor down. Rice is there, spots the player, swinging the door, Nasty. Takes out Slip, that's the nitro. Willie answer back with kind, but no, look, it's ringing around the rosies. Back into kitchen as Goon's focus is shifted, and it's an absolute punisher of a play. Altered Zelios, their worst enemies this round, but Goonbag on the job, back in the basement, finds Wazoo. Can he find any more? No, he's too busy looking at the hatch to deal with anything else. And Banana finds himself alone in a 1 versus 4. He's about to be felled as well. Pushing on towards elbow, player close on the inside of the rotate. Toxic canister bearing 9 in hand. Gonna be able to do the job. Owen falls. Player just tucked into elbow. It's Face Cream as well. He kicked the round off. He closes the door. And Antic are on the board.
You say closes. That door was shut and slammed into the face of the
Much
last
like
player.
the other day.
It did. Oh man. Well, at least Antic did manage to find some sort of response, but it is a little bit of a concerning point. I mean, Altazelius being able to get that nice streak of 2 rounds on the attack signals that they already coming into this rather prepared and once again feeling rather confident. That was one of the big talking points as well from Goonbag last week as well, when they mentioned, look, we just felt confident about it all. They knew exactly who their opponents were, how they play, and managed to really read them quite rather efficiently. So maybe it's kind of a similar setup against Antic as well, because Antic only now being able to find that first point off the back of Face Cream's play makes me think that, well, maybe even Oregon is starting to feel a little bit less of a comfort zone now. Or rather, well, different question being, what happens if Face Cream dies early and doesn't have that sort of impact like he did just now?
I mean, as much as you want to be like, nah, the round's over, or it doesn't really matter. I think the reality is, we're still that early into the match that both teams are getting kind of into the groove of how it's going to play, gauging their opponents and trying to figure out what the next move is. Honestly, the thing that intrigues me the most is, well, we've seen Monty and Clash ban, and I could not justify it having any significant impact on the map. We haven't even seen the Flores come into it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Well, so is Owen's, or rather Snip's swing. That was a good point. They're ready in. They're ready to contest the actual site, while Snip is attempting to have some sort of a, well, comfort play, but he's being just absolutely bullied by River from a very extended position. This is from the get-go a very unusual turnout for the round.
River trying to contest there a little bit, but he's shooting just a wee bit high. He's about a foot above his opponent's head. Face Cream being threatened as well. 2 LMGs looking to contest that big tower position. And it's not even a second floor site. This is kitchen meeting, of course. So Antic still have bodies down on the site looking to hold. In fact, it's a decent spread over towards small tower. Goonbag in position, hunting for that info. If he can find the angle from that dining room door, which he's going to, the yellow ping will be there, and the info not being fed through. Nasty could be moments away from death, but no, obviously some sense in the back of his head telling him he needs to get out of there, gets the hell out of Dodge, and he's safe for now.
This drone does, though, still ping the position and knows exactly where Nasty rotated around, so it is still very much a all good in the hood kind of play. Tripping, though, already sending it. Top floor, Buck is ready to roll.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that could still play out in the remainder of the round, and, well, Wazoo falling again starts to tip those scales that little bit more towards Altered Zelios. Goonbag on the hunt, primed and ready on the rotate, but Snip, he's absolutely going to town. And Antic right now, and River, that's the sort of shots you need to be landing if you want to equalize right now. Nasty's in a dangerous spot, playing around this main lobby position, knowing that there are players marching towards him every minute, every second that ticks away. There is a disjointed hold, which means it's going to be a significant lack of support should that execute come.
Absolutely, yeah. Just looking at Altered Zelios' positioning, very much ready to frag out. I say that River does score another one onto Trippin.
Attackers are activating.
Although all the rotation points are being held rather thoroughly, so shouldn't be too much of a problem for Goonbag. Shuts it all down. By the way, can I just say, F2 with that reflex B, I believe it is, looking absolutely cursed beyond all recognition.
Well,
It gets just bamboozled by his family, I'm assuming, or mates.
who knows? But yeah, look, it's an interesting setup. Snip, he's got some visitors.
Yeah.
Get on your son. You're
Got
hitting some ripper
live
shots.
audience.
I don't know who it is. It could be roommate, flatmate, family. Who knows? But someone's in Snip's here, telling him he's doing a great job. I mean, he is absolutely dominating. You look at him, 6-2. I mean, it's not actually, no, I think it is currently, yeah, the best KD in the server at the moment. I mean, they've been big kills that he's taken as well.
Absolutely, yeah. He's been spearheading quite a lot of pushes for Altered Zelios, and keeping up this pressure does mean that, well, AZ are looking still pretty solid overall. They good on the attack. More so now comes into question, whilst we've seen a very defender-sided beginning to Oregon in the previous matchup, where LFO just managed to finally yoink away the
10
win,
seconds remaining.
does that mean that going into this one, with the way how overall momentum has been going, is it going to be an attacker
Attacker's
side?
objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Because look, I mean, the way how it's been all played out, Altered Zelios knew exactly what kind of momentum to employ to actually go in swinging.
I don't want to speak to it, I don't think, because I think it's still too early in the year with the new season to actually say. I think we need a little bit more information. I think coming into the stage,
of this match.
in the context of this, I think there is a very real possibility we see things equal in the half, but unless Snipper's going to be hitting these shots, which it seems he is, he's taken out the other kill leader in the server. Face cream though, MX4 Storm removes Rice, who's now, unfortunately, despite starting the game positive, is overwhelmingly negative.
Yeah, rather unfortunate turnout from only finding a frag in the first round to now in round 5 being unable to find anything. Snip though, he finds all of them. Gotta catch them all. Nasty is already gone, River gone before. Oh, another frag grenade could have been the demise of Face Cream if he would have been holding a position on the white stairs, but that not really coming about to fruition anytime soon. Trippin has to be very cautious about all of these openings that he's been creating, because it is very much of a double-edged sword, and the moment Face Cream will try to swing could be rather deadly for the Buck player. Well, in comes the swings and the peaks and the scans and
that's
whatnot.
huge.
Goonbag, well, the hunt for the Red October begins.
I mean, it's well and truly just signal that there is downstairs presence. Unfortunately, it now drags away the healthiest member of this Altered Zelios roster, and that could signal danger. But Snip just walks up as Owen is peeking the vert angles. And
Where's
that could not be
Owen?
worse siege timing the final nano boost. So, second to last nano boost. So Trippin and Snip will be perfectly fine. And Goonbag's off wandering on his own, having the grand adventure of a lifetime. Swings to white. Wazoo might have done it, but no. Mouse one goes hard. The impact onto Snip. Pokeball moment, and Goon comes in when the team needs him at his most. Face Cream tucked in behind the foosball table as the plant ticks away. He's now in a bit of a pincer, and Trippin gonna absolutely obliterate the final member of Antic. And unfortunately, it seems their downward spiral is not over yet.
Where was Owen looking? Surely he had, the headset all turned up to hear. Surely he heard at least some form of, footsteps, or is he just wasted all the money on all the keyboards and mice but couldn't get enough of a proper audio peripheral or something? Because it felt so almost just like a throw. Obviously, it is not a
Attackers
throw.
need to
And
locate and defuse
obviously,
the
there's
bomb
maybe
before
some
they can.
technical issues, and maybe it's just the kind of, unfortunately, maybe the sound engine really betraying there. But it's yeah, look, a little bit of a problem currently happening.
4-1 attacker half Cthulhu. That's not something that I expected to see in Oregon, at least not for a wee while. Antic, I mean, I want to say it feels like they've run this team, but if I'm being perfectly honest with myself and you, it doesn't feel like they've left the station.
Yeah.
5 seconds left.
I am very much curious as to what has been happening
Attackers are moving out to locate a
to,
bomb and defuse it. Attackers
well,
drop the
to
diffuser. Attackers have
Antic,
recovered their
really.
diffuser.
again, so many opportunities there, and so many just positional hiccups that have been happening. Face cream so far have been the only kind of big highlight. I mean, him and River solely been pushing. The rest of the team so far, I don't know. Maybe they haven't woken up. Maybe they are falling asleep. Maybe they didn't have enough gamer subs. Whatever it is, they are just snoozing.
Oh, Cthulhu, I just noticed something that makes my heart very happy. Banana is returning to his old nonsense. The Supernova, the rush play through tarps. This player is very dead. Owen, I don't even know if he was on cams, but it doesn't matter. It's 3. It's a complete flood. 3 for Goon. Banana gets 1. How have they pulled this off? Antic didn't even know what was going on. I think they're still stuck in round 4.
How was that allowed? Smoke caught whilst looking at the camera. What's happening with Antic? Are they going to be now the punching bag of literally the whole season, of the whole of OCL? Because look, week 3, and this is the kind of stuff that is being pulled on them. I'm not too sure if we're going to be even finding a second round here for Antic, given that we've just rotated over to the defensive side of Ultrazelius, and defensive side has been so far one of the more favored ones. So, I mean, look, for Antic, bit of a downward spiral, not gonna lie. If this concludes in a 7-1, we've started off with a 7-4 loss to Kings, now then a 7-2 to Kraken, 7-1 to Zelios? What's happening?
Look,
Funnily
I
enough,
mean,
by the way, I'll just interrupt you real quick. Funnily enough, Ultrazelius, out of the whole tiebreaker, they're the ones sitting on the top. And they're looking to claim themselves another 3-pointer to propel them literally in second place.
well, as I was going to say it before, I was so
10 seconds
rudely
to go.
interrupted by my best friend. Samson's secret to his strength was his hair. He didn't touch it, he didn't cut it, and it was what gave him his immense strength. I'm not saying that Bear was Antic's secret weapon, but he is no longer in the roster, and they are down 5-1, having gone winless this stage. Maybe, just maybe, it's time for the King to come back.
Look, my only remark here is going to be maybe Owen should have really stuck around the coach position, really, here as it stands, because things not really working out. Owen's play so far been, yes, he did manage to find a whopping 2 frags, but apart from that, it's been rather stale performance from them. So, yeah, it's been a little bit of a stalemate over there now.
We do see a drastic change up for both teams across the board on this side, or on their counterparts respectively, but Nitro Cell attempt was made there from Kitchen. Rice was trying to feed that info through, but nothing found just yet. And Tap in hand is going to allow him to rotate back through meeting. But you can already see a vastly different playstyle. Ultrazelios are looking to be the ones taking these engagements off the front foot. They look to be a bit more audacious while not overextending themselves. Plus, we see the mirror in play, which means there are a number of angles that could be tough to take for Antic.
I'm liking so far the pacing of the defense of Ultrazelius. Like you said, yeah, that audacity mixed in with just knowledge of when to stop being that also cheeky. with their peaks, with their swings, with that early contention. So, yeah, look, half a round gone. Goonbag is still up at the top of the tower and has not been droned out, which means a very nasty surprise to really come crashing down onto Antic for this round, possibly. Yep.
Well, especially given that, yeah, River orienting downwards on the tower stairs with impact. Yeah, they've probably got absolutely no idea of his positioning. The swing, just a little bit too late there from Rice. Looking to do what he can, playing off the info with Goon. The call now being made. He's rotating back. This could be dangerous, but it is going to be dangerous for Antic as River falls, and all of a sudden Goonbag out scot-free, and the uncertainty and the paranoia will start to mount for Antic. They are going to be able to finish him off in the end, so a little bit more security, but Owen on the job, has elbow control, having been fully reinforced off. But as soon as the frags come, they transition the other way. That's a big kill. Snip in danger. Owen finds two. Face cream for the last. And Antic, again, they pull it out from the very brink, but it's a round on the board.
All right, second point. Antic may just be able to queue themselves a couple more round wins here if they do keep on pushing the way like they did just now. But again, the fact that Goonbag was allowed to play in a such far away position and then get that drop onto River this scot-free doesn't pose a fair bit of concern into what's been so far happening between Antic and Altazelius. Given that, well, lack of droning and lack of completely locking down, they've initially opted to go very thorough. Ground floor, maybe a little bit through the top floor, but never really got to really check the actual tower. And for valid reasons, not a whole lot of, until that round number 7, not a whole lot of contention has been really made in the tower. So maybe it wasn't part of something to watch out for them. And maybe now it will be forcing them to be even more thorough, which will be in return draining even further amount of time. So a lot of things still there to be changed and for the taking, but I'm liking so far what AZ has been bringing us in regards to the action.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, I mean, it's also that spice of life. They are doing things just that little bit different. You always love seeing that, you know, the transition between the halves, the different approaches to a map, the different play styles. Snip goes for a bit of a cheeky spawn peek. He has finally been joined at the top of the leaderboard by his teammate Goonbag, sitting, well, 1 kill and 1 death behind him. But you could see just the off-site presence, the intense focus that Altered Zelios have and taking the battle to their opponents.
Absolutely. That's something that not a lot of teams been able to really master, given that a lot of those very passive plays, a lot of passive approaches been done, but not a lot of those audacious swings that could really change the momentum around. Wazoo being, well, he's being played with. That rotation came about. Trippin, his position should have been read into it rather well. Face Scream's drone, though, will not be checking the laundry stairs. Could be problematic, but the nook of Wazoo could really catch him off guard. That is, though, if they are expecting the flank. Rice, though, instead does get on board with the frag onto Owen.
Finding a second kill on the map. That's huge, and not as huge as Trippin. Crouch walking up laundry stairs, though. The attention drawn away. And now in a position with Rice in support. This flank up armory stairs could be absolutely deadly. Communication sended through. Rice gets the call, says, you know, maybe I can come up from a different angle, find another opportunity. But Wazoo, he's still on this nook, still has yet to find any real opening or opportunity. And I genuinely thought that could have been a key tool in you know, slowing down this defense and catching these roams out.
Absolutely. Well, the opportunity was certainly there, but that is more so a question of whether it could be played upon. Now, that is a whole different thing. Face Cream takes a little bit of a damage from below with a C4, but Wazoo seems to be the front runner, and in he goes.
Absolutely smokes out Snip, finds 2 for his efforts, 3 in fact as a trade comes through. Nasty on the job to push it down into a 1 versus 2. Rice, top white, spotted and tagged as that plant is going to be going down. No impacts, and there's a player prone on that walk-in closet wall, so the plant down means it's a 1 versus 2, and Nasty lives up to his name. Hug in the dirt, finds the kill, and all of a sudden The tides have turned, the winds have shifted, and Antic are the ones leading the charge.
All right, finally waking up. Antic are doing their best to try to make a comeback. You do see the kind of the face of frustration being brought amidst all of them, and for a valid reason. Look, they've been losing out quite on a number of opportunities, and finally now they are being the ones to take the momentum in their hands, take the opportunity in their hands. They were able to make the best
Attackers
of
need
it,
to
and I
locate
mean,
and defuse
with the
as
way
many
how
bombs as they can.
even Wazoo pushed in, that was really, really well done, and look, the timing as well. So partially maybe a little bit of luck, a little bit of just good read, and obviously the mechanical skill to being able to out-frag a number of guns with a suppressed FMG9, knowing that it basically shoots pebbles when it has the suppressor on. Well done.
Yeah, I initially thought that pick had fallen flat in the first moments when they're on the hunt, not realizing that Trippin was down in laundry.
10 seconds left.
And I thought maybe it had just, its full potential had been reached, but no, the pullback, the push on through, getting himself deep into kids, and then absolutely blowing the side apart the way that he did, just brought it into the realms of possibility for Antic. And, well, now at 5-3, they're 2 rounds away from equalizing.
Yeah, look, I gotta say, Wazoo could be that big explosive element there. Certainly did manage to wedge out quite a lot of players out of the comfortable positions, so it worked out rather well. Seems like he wants to double down on that, though, with the Amaru pick, and honestly, it could work out. I mean, the 2x scope on a G8 could be rather deadly, plus the sheer ability to just swing the momentum straight off the bat could be big, but it needs to be coordinated rather well.
I mean, Armor is such a hit or miss pick. It's such high risk, high reward. Well, even then, it's not even necessarily a high reward if you do go in. But if they can find that opening, if that opportunity is presented, Trippin falls Rice. It's going to be a big kill for him. It's traded out once again. So it's that numbers game that Antic have gotten on top of and locked down. And if they keep pushing it through the way that they are going to be able to win out the numbers game. They are going to be winning out the trades, even with this offsite presence. It's just overwhelming odds. Wazoo still trying to find an opportunity of his own, but it's where the Gara hook comes into play is the question.
Yeah, that's probably going to be my question. I'm assuming it's the kids' bedroom where the swing might come about for Wazoo. Given that it's either that or the attic where the Gara hook could come in handy, because otherwise, swinging through the double window.
It might be games. That could be the call
that could be
here.
an idea.
Or is it his job? Yeah, his job. Okay, so his job for now is going to be to enable the opening of that wall, clear out the mute jammer. Finds the angle onto Goon as Banana falls also to Owen. And it's down to Snip all of a sudden. Holding in kids, looking for an angle, an opportunity. I mean, where do you start? It's a 1v4 clutch. 3 players over this armory side. Takes a lot of damage. Player swinging top red. It is going to be Owen on the hunt, but it doesn't matter. Just Antic have the overwhelming numbers. And for what? 3 rounds in a row now, Antic have switched up the playstyle. They have been the ones determining momentum, and they've picked it up.
It is kind of curious, though, the fact that we've shifted basically for a 180 change in the favor for the sides. With, last matchup being the very defensive sided, now this is being very attack heavy. With Antic, yeah, look, they played incredibly well there, isolating each one of the gunfights. Even the fact that the Amaru pick from Wazoo didn't really do a whole lot, and basically he didn't even get to see any action during that round. So, yeah, look, I'm curious what is actually happening in the Altered Zelius camp, because they went from 4-2 scoreline to now 5-4, only 1 point differential. It's a bit interesting.
You got to wonder if maybe it's a situation you find yourself in that spot where there's nothing to lose. There is nothing to lose. You are currently bottom of the table. You could not be worse off than where you are now. So what do you have to lose in that situation? Go for the aggression. I did say high risk, high reward with the armory. Full send, look for the picks. Even one and even just significant damage is enough to allow your teammates to pick up the kills later on in the round. And it has been working, surprisingly enough.
Oh yeah, been working far too well. Goonbag, ambitious,
Defender is
hope and
exposed.
attempt. Well, exactly. Won't be really netting any sort of damage or frags for that matter. There is though a very quick approach through the shower's hallway, and he's about to get a handful of action. He won't be too careful at all.
You can tell Owen plays for this team
Yep.
because as soon as the drone spots the player, immediately on the ground, hits the prone button like there's no tomorrow. Coach Pronewin is at it again.
Bronwyn's just absolutely being deadly, a menace, one could even say. It's just nuts, man. Albeit,
Look, I mean, you wouldn't expect anything else from the man. He is a menace when it comes to shotgun plays. He will hit the dirt, he will hit the shot, and then it all starts rapidly unraveling. But right now, we're a minute, almost 10 into the round, and there has yet to be a significant engagement.
well, saying that
Attackers have
not a
dropped the
whole
bomb
lot of, well,
diffuser.
really no
Attackers
damage has been
recovered
dealt
the
at all
diffuser.
to either one of the parties, so we could be seeing some rather explosive action later down the line. Nasty and Owen yet to hunt for Snip, which feels a little bit slow, but it stands the position of the defender has been spotted, and already the breach is about to be begun. So with a buffer of minute and 15, this is still pretty much workable for Antic if they don't really flop too hard. But in saying that, I'm still questioning the choice of Amaru for Wazoo.
Yeah, look, a basement site. Amaru, kind of, her natural enemy when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. There's only so much you can do, and you can't even go horizontally into basement as it stands. But right now, we're heading to the final 50. The lines are drawn in the sand. They're gearing up for the push, but again, no significant engagements.
Not a whole lot of significant indeed, yeah. 5v5, 38 seconds to go. In comes the swing from Wazoo, though. The G8, the monster himself, decides to do a big impression of Owen, though that doesn't come to fruition. Nasty frags out. Owen is gone. It is now still a 4v4, 25 seconds remaining. The action could be rather actually coming through very soon. The plant is already also going to be starting up for Face Cream, albeit pulled off.
Goonbag, he's on the echo as well, but the Toxic Canis is going to do huge work. Banana swinging out, catches Wazoo and tarps. It's all come apart at the dying moment. Rice with a ripper of a shot, and of course, Snip bags himself too as well. Altered Zelios, they finally lock it down. They take the round, and they push themselves right now into the 11th on match point.
Oh, man. Understandably so, the tactical pause has been called in, and I'm assuming that is from the camp of Antec R6. Given that, well, they were on a good upward direction to, bring a comeback, do a reverse sweep. Unfortunately, that hasn't yet really happened, so now they're having a very stern talk with, I'm assuming, the coach as well. I was giving them a lecture about maybe the comms, maybe something else, maybe the fact that Wazoo maybe should stop trolling with the Amaru picks. Who knows? Well, maybe later down the line, once we get to talk with the Antec, if they do end up concluding a match in victory, maybe we'll get to ask them the certain question. But as it stands, very inconclusive turnout so far from Antec. A team that looked to be one of the top 3, top 4 contenders back in 2021, now being remained at the very bottom of the leaderboard, which is looking to be rather problematic.
Attackers need to locate and
Given,
defuse as many bombs as they
3 weeks in a row, and not yet you have any sort of even confirmation that you can even acquire a singular point, begs for a bit of a question as to, well, what is really happening in the Antec camp?
Well, Antec, they only need 2. That's the upside of the situation they currently find themselves in. They only need 2, which is entirely doable. The problem, of course, being that these rounds are messy, as they have been so far tonight. They're not super clean. I mean, barring that rush that we saw at the end of the first half, the rounds have been scrappy. There's been early gunfights. There's been early tension. I had Bucket doing just some mad 360s on the floor there after only a single shot. But, I mean, this is entirely possible. Antic still have the opportunity to pick up their first win. The stage, Ultitelios, though, still looking the better team.
Oh, yeah. Look, I mean, still plenty of chances and opportunities here, with at least within this round for Antic to come back. Albeit no more of the round buffer is there to make any more mistakes. Goonbag's position hidden away pretty well, given the fact that Antic weren't really too confident on their swings and on their drones. Well, Wazoo absolutely dumpsters tripping.
That man is a first edition novel because he got red very easily. Well, I mean, they knew. They just knew that he was standing there. They played exactly how you meant to play that angle. They opened up the wall. Shots were already ringing out as it opened up. They removed a key part of this defense, and all of a sudden, there is one member missing from what is a necessary part of the Ultitelios defense. Gemini in. Snip going to find that it also pops the wall behind him, so he has an avenue out should he need it. But in saying that, we've seen teams already play from a deficit and find the win, but Snip caught from the window, nasty with the long-range angle on the F2, somehow gets away with it, but this rotate, this flank from Goonbag could be an upset.
Absolutely. Well, surely we shall be seeing some sort of a change in the momentum, maybe later down the line. But as it stands, yeah, with Trippin and Snip being out of the equation, and Snip being one of the big top fraggers, followed by Goonbag, it's not looking particularly too favorable, as we possibly could be looking at the overtime, which will finally guarantee Antic at least a singular point. But again, if the defense does work out and the lockdown of the actual site does still come to fruition, this could be rather big. But again, the entry of Face Cream onto the site is already there.
Owen's already in, kids, as well. They've absolutely taken the site almost uncontested with Face Cream dropping Banana. It's now to the two off-site players to deny. Question has to be, Goonbag, where are these yokai drones? No shot. No shot. This is prime time territory. Face Cream is going to be denied the first. Yokai in. Does he know where it is? It's playing on his feet. Could they upset here? There's only 12 seconds left and they haven't killed the drone. Face Cream going for another plant attempt. Goonbag loses his drone, and I would imagine that was the only one remaining. Plant going down. Shot through Nitro. Is it good? No, it's not. And the plant will be secure, and they've got to play for the post. Come in. Look for the frags. Oh, the ping's on the floor. They know he's there, but Owen wins it. How does he get away with that time and time again? The frag deep. The stun to follow. Goon has to go outside. He's got no other option. He is locked out. They know where he is. He's dead to the pistol of Owen. That could not have gone any worse for Ultitelios.
Yeah, whatever went wrong there in every shape and form for Ultitelios, which does push us to the, I believe, second overtime in this season so far. So overall, a decent turnout for Antic to, actually no, pardon me, I kneel almost overtime. Still only 1 point away from that. I'm not too sure what happened, how cooked my brain was there, really, from the sheer amount of just back and forth action. But still, regardless, Antic have managed to make this, once again, only a 1 point differential. One more to push this to OT to be able to grant themselves that point. Apologies, though. Yeah, I genuinely thought for some reason that
need to locate and defuse
it was already a 5-6 scoreline previously, but
not quite, not yet, not today. As we head down to kitchen meeting, interesting, we see the lock off with the castle barricade of dining, which means that there is, I mean, no inherent indication that Ultitelios will want to contest that, which, again, could be the avenue Antic need to get into the building and start this contest. So, I mean, if I had to make a guess off of what I'm being presented, it looks like Ultitelios are going to commit to the vertical hold.
True.
10 seconds to go.
I think this is yet another chance to really make it work. So far, they were able to explode onto the site really well. Now, with this kind of setup, I'm a little bit dubious, really. You were talking before that we haven't really seen any kitchen meeting. Well, finally, it seems your wish has been granted here, Panda. But a very almost, well, not controversial, but a very odd setup with an expansion onto the sightline onto Zulu. But that position could be swung upon really, really quickly the moment Rice goes down.
A bomb has been located.
I mean, it was so close to being the perfect play out to around there for Altered Zelios in the last with Goonbag on the Echo. He got the initial deny, but unfortunately didn't have the Yokais in place to go for a second attempt. But, I mean, who's to say? Possibilities aren't endless going into round number 12. And, well, Antic know that they have this opportunity. They know that they've got the positional advantage. They can open attic. Sorry, not attic. They could open stage wall and attic if they need to. But there's no opening in the meeting hatch. So that meeting hatch is going to be completely void, so which means they can't play for the vertical, which means that they could have just handed Antic everything they need to pick up a 6th round.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well,
Attackers have
time
recovered
will
their diffuser.
tell in just a brief few moments if we are going to be seeing a very prompt response back from Altered Zelios, given that they are only 1 point away from scoring a 3-pointer and only one round away from losing this 3-pointer opportunity, and only be granted only a 2-pointer, which could be a interesting turnout overall. But Snip so keen to start swinging, and in comes the push. Owen actually going in for the plant already.
But I was talking about no vert through attic. The Yokai drone, though, going to drift on out and find the kill. This is smart stuff from Goonbag. Spots another opportunity, but Banana's there to get the kill. So Plant is down. Face Cream now finds himself on the job, but they haven't dealt with the Yokai drone, which means Face Cream gonna be denied again. This Yokai is huge, and they've positioned it perfectly, swinging out, tripping falls, but Face Cream's dead also. It's nasty looking rotate through kitchen. Can he find the angle? No. Well, yes, actually, onto Goon, but doesn't realize Banana's there, who finds his 3rd of the round. Rice finds the pinch from behind. 1 kill. Bananas with the spray. And we're down to the 1 versus 1 Cthulhu. 1 versus 1 for match or overtime success here. And River, ARX in hand versus the 2 smokes, the SMG-11 and the M590 of Banana. The plant is going down, punches out the wall, but he's taken the long way round. River's going to get this plant secured. Banana's going to have to hit his shots here. The plant down means that there is no other option but to force the issue, lest you risk going to overtime. The big thing that, oh no, no! Banana! He baits himself out with the toxic canister. He has just handed Antic overtime. Cthulhu, we're just going that little bit further.
Well. Altered Zelios looked oh so close to claiming that 3-pointer, but, well, basically, yeah, Banana just gave away that 1 point to Antic. Unfortunately, though, for Antic, this does mean that, well, whilst, yes, they finally getting on board points-wise, well, it really doesn't really move them anywhere on the leaderboard. Not even if they will score an overtime victory here either, which is a bit of a sad moment and a sad setup, but it does set themselves up for future games rather well, especially including the fact that we're probably still going to be seeing the bottom of the leaderboard tiebreaker in one shape or the other. So maybe maybe later down the line we could be seeing Antic finally come back to form, but yeah, ideally they would be the ones to really grab the 2-pointer at least for themselves. But again, for Altered Zelios, they would also want themselves a 2-pointer just to propel themselves even further up on the leaderboard.
But I mean, every overtime is more points deducted from a potential total. So even with this, Antic could win this in the next 2 rounds without dropping a single point of health.
10 seconds left.
They are still bottom of the table no matter what happens. So they can't be affording these matches to allow to go to overtime. Yeah, it's cool, great, win on the board. That's exactly how you want to, bounce back into it. But they can't be affording to let any of these matches go to overtime. And what a drone to spot out Goonbag's position. He's gonna get himself out of there, but he's still gonna lurk in the vicinity.
Indeed. Still gets to hang out around the area, not really punished a whole lot. Face Cream has his coordinates though, and the drone is completely unchecked.
Bomb located by attackers.
Perfect spot, and well, Snip just somehow manages to still dodge the bullets. It beyond me how the man gets to stay alive for so long.
punch hole as well. Face Cream's drone should spot it, and I think that was the ping coming through. Yeah, they feed that information through. Nasty, unfortunately, just a little bit too late to get the kill. Goonbag is absolutely burning time right now. An entire minute that has been committed to his position and this upstairs hold. We've seen him here before, and unfortunately it didn't quite go the distance with a round win, but even if they can keep punishing and wasting time, Altered Zelios might take the first round at OT.
Absolutely. Well, so far the defensive side for both teams has been very much lackluster, so we could possibly be seeing just the offensive side trades really between the two rosters. As it stands though, Face Cream will be the one to try to force and push the position and push the envelope. Spotted by the drone, gets a few cheeky teabags. It feels like, the game between these two teams, it is kind of still about certain rivalry, but it's more so of a friendly rivalry, at least within the context of at least some of the players. So at least good to see that it's a little bit more heartfelt in certain situations.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see towards the teams that you tend to, sit towards the back of the pack. They're not as afraid to have a bit of fun with things and mess around and play for the jokes and the memes and all the rest of it. But right now, final minute Cthulhu in the first round of overtime. Both teams still not quite making contact. They are primed and ready to do so, but not yet.
Yeah, with the smoke grenades still coming about, this could be still rather problematic. I say that Goonbag somehow finds the opener. Banana backs away at just the right time.
What?
No! What? How that wins? How is he the one to actually find the frag there? Rice as well backs up as well on that. And this is just absolutely just demoralizing for Antic.
I mean, Ben should have been gearing up for his tracheotomy, but still somehow pulls out the M590 and finds Owen as well. What is going on? The swing out, Rice to close it. Altered Zelios take the 13th and the first of overtime. Cthulhu 1 round away from picking up their victory.
Once again, one step away from the victory. But we've seen them already at this spot before, and, well, Altered Zelios couldn't really completely finalize it all in their favor. So it begs for a bit of a question as to, well, will they be able to actually finally conclusively push to the victory, or whether it will be yet another kind of fumble over the bag by the AZ roster, and for Antic to bring it back to once again the full set of full overtime full overtime rounds as well. So a number of questions to be answered here by both of the rosters. We are though going down to the laundry. Now, Altered Zelios were actually able to approach laundry push quite well on a few occasions, including even their rush directly onto site. Must we not forget that absolute fiesta of the frags, which was a flawless, by the way, round as well. So possibly, maybe this could be the way how
Wazoo, buddy. Bit of a whiff, but he gets it in the end.
Yeah. That's all that matters by the end of it all.
10 seconds.
As long as he nails the shot and gets the better of the drone, that's all that matters
5
there.
seconds remaining.
2 seconds remaining of the prep phase. Panda,
Attackers
AZ
are
or
moving out to
Antic?
locate a bomb and
Who gets the
defuse it.
win?
I mean, at the moment, again, I'll stick with my gut. AZ have just looked like the better team, and Owen, of course, would you find him anywhere else? No, you would not. He's prone. Just in types, looking for something. And Banana may just be the poor schmuck that is about to cop it. But for now, he slows. He's not going to push in straight away. And playing the floor is, yeah, he's going to make Owen's life a bit of a nightmare.
I think at this point, really, it's almost inevitable. Snip, meanwhile, is just all looking about and, doing his own thing, his own gaming that is being conducted. Not really a whole lot of big, straight off the bat momentum-based swing that we so got accustomed to from at least Altered Zelios' attack. I say that though, early evasion of the conflict by Antic did certainly show that, well, they've learned from their mistakes previously, and, well, with the scans onto the Jaeger as well from Goonbag, this does sort of solidify the fact that, well, the moment the pings start coming about, this is where they should start really bailing.
Banana finds Owen, so no smoke to aid in the defense of the final round. You
Bomb
can
located
see
by attackers.
Nasty having picked up Owen's position, trying to cover that loss that they just suffered, a significant one at that, and the pings to come through. Trippin knows where Wazoo is. Goonbag falls. The UMP 45 of River going to equalize that player count at the moment. No Jackal, no smoke. Not ideal, but not impossible either for either of these teams.
Oh man. Scary times for Antic. Losing out on Owen.
Incoming adrenaline boost.
It's just a moment, a little bit of a stalemate, minute remaining. It's time for the swings. Trippin well aware of the presence at the boilers. This could be a big momentum swing if he goes down in the early stages of the swing.
Oh, Wazoo
Oh.
trades with Trippin. That's unfortunate to say the least, but I mean, round count, player count, reasonably close, but Nasty gets the better of Banana, who whiffs entirely. Not going to be the case, though, for Snip, who drops face cream before falling himself to River. Rice finds himself in a position having to clutch. No, the Magnet eats his nades. The Cam's still alive. He finds it ahead of River. Rotating. Trippin! No, it's not even Trippin. Trippin plays it on their defense. It's Nasty. I've been baited and bamboozled, but Rice was not. What a kill. What a round. What a win. Altered Zelios get themselves yet more points on the board.
A quick, cheeky two-pointer by the conclusion of the overtime once again does conclude in a very big kind of kerfuffle all over the place, Panda, but we finally do find the ending of this whole match. 8-6, all concluded in the overtime. Antic finally do show themselves that and themselves and the public as well, that they are a team that still could bring back quite a number of rounds, quite a number of plays, but unfortunately tonight, well, it wasn't meant to be maybe, but still a valiant effort overall, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, they started the first half quite well. They then fell off a little bit, and then they redeemed themselves in overtime, not dropping a single of the 2 rounds they played. I mean, there was a lot of intriguing stuff that Altered Zelios are doing. Antics, much the same. They did some stuff that was really positive. We were really keen to see more of, but unfortunately, there can only be one winner at the end of the day.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I have to commend, though. AZ certainly seemed to have, well, been putting in the hard yards, despite them saying that they're in for the fun and just here to just enjoy their time. They still putting in all the effort into coordination. You can still see the chemistry seeping through and showing that they have been nailing their plays. They know exactly what's been initially plaguing them at the beginning of the season, and now finally starting to really fix up all of those problems in a rather rapid fashion.
Well, joining us from Altered Zelios, it's going to be Goonbag to come in for a bit of a chat in the post-match interview. Now, Goon, you're looking a bit worse for wear, but much like your match just now, you come out on top. Yeah, it's 2 wins on the board. How's it feel?
Oh, you know, just the usual, boys. Getting shit done, you know.
Fair enough. Look, run us through what was happening on the second half, because you guys had a phenomenal attacking side, and then comes in the defense and is just slowly, some of those rounds just started slipping away. Was it more so just you didn't expect the way how Antic were looking to approach, or was it just kind of more so internal kind of stuff?
I think we're just playing the mental game, really, you know, just like letting them get a few rounds on us, so then we can just shut them down in the end. Make the mental worse for next week.
Yeah, right.
I mean, like, you know, closing out last year, you guys, it wasn't the cleanest of runs. You claim to fame at the moment. You're still not bottom of the leaderboard in CL, so you could walk away with that. But, I mean, talk about some of the character development we've seen from you guys. I mean, Snip was a little bit quiet last year. Now he's the one leading the charge, finding the kills. Yourself there as well. I mean, what's gone into that?
Well, I don't even play this game anymore, to be honest. I just had a good night. Snip, I don't know, he quit his job to play this game for a living, so it's kind of weird. And, yeah, you know, I don't know what happened with Rice tonight. I just don't think he had enough Rice for dinner.
Hey, he got kills. He wasn't positive, but he clutched up at the end, so I suppose you could take that. But, Goon, look, before you let your head off, celebrate the victory, anyone you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, you know, shout out my good friend Chloe and Anastasios, good mates over there.
Well, congratulations, head off. Enjoy your victory. We'll look forward to seeing you next week. Goon, maybe another one under the belt. We might get to talk to you again then. But Cthulhu, halfway done for Playday 3. Some interesting matches so far as Altered Zelios lock themselves in, getting themselves another one. Unfortunately, they also lock something else in. Antic R6 still stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Stuck indeed they are, but look, at least it's a one-pointer for Antic to take in. So look, maybe at least the baseline being kind of established here for them, quite possibly could be the result of it all. But yeah, gotta say, rather unfortunate things been so far happening to Antic. Hopefully in the week 4 we'll be seeing the better of their performance.
Well, halfway done. Match 3 on the horizon, and what a match it is gearing up to be. I know I'm excited. I know you're excited for this one. It is going to be Dynasty looking to take down Circular Spheres to push into that top 3 position. When we come back after the break, we jump on into things. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Moving up, up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if the wise that despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Change it. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Change it. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just agree? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause I'm changing. I'm a boss, I'm that chick that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them all for show. I'm in the zone and I just see the sky. Haters got me singing like haters got me singing like haters got me singing like you a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind, I'm in my prime. I push myself right to my limit. Study my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them all for show. I'm in the zone and I just see the sky. Haters got me singing like
It's been an interesting night so far. Some rather less conventional games of Siege played. A bit messy, a bit chaotic, but we love the chaos. We thrive in it here in the Oceanic Challenger League. Cthulhu heading into match 3 of the evening, though. I get the feeling this one might slow down a little bit more, and we might see, you know, a bit more structure come into it.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, this is bound to be the highlight match of tonight. And Dynasty versus Circular Spheres looking to be a very close one as well. If before the Antic versus AZ looked quite close, this might be actually even closer. Given the fact, well, both Dynasty and Circular Spheres are currently contesting for the top 4 positions. easily, and well, Dynasty's shown a very promising start to their, I suppose, upwards direction in last week, where they played Skyscraper with Leb on board as well.
Yeah, coming into tonight, of course, I think it's going to be a case of, do we figure out now if it was just Dynasty letting the other teams in the competition have a week's head start? Well, we're going to have to find out, of course, but Circular Spheres in their own rights have been a force untouched, bar 1 point so far. They only dropped a single mention overtime. Well, they actually didn't even drop it. They dropped a single point in overtime in their, I believe it was their first week of play. Last week, they absolutely stormed on to victory. Now, coming into tonight, this is going to be a no-holds-barred, absolute slugfest, and no one is going to walk away unscathed.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Circular Spheres, I have to say, they have been absolutely fascinating to watch. They've been able to show us some really good gameplay overall, good coordination. I mean, managing to propel themselves up on currently the second place is already a huge feat to kick things off, and certainly been looking very extremely promising in just the way how stable they were on their executions. Yes, a couple of hiccups here and there, but again, not a single team is perfect, maybe apart from Kraken. But overall, definitely big contenders for those runners-up.
Yeah, I mean, last week they definitely had a stunner of a performance, but their opponents not. Of course, you can see them on screen. Drex, the stone cold stunner that he is, look, he was a little bit eclipsed last week with, the newest addition to this roster, Leb, coming in, and from the looks of things, he's going to be stepping back into the fold once again. Look at him. He is. The man is an absolute unit, coming from an entire years of Oceanic experience last year, down to grace us in the Oceanic Challenger League. He is looking, he's not looking to hang around. He doesn't want to be here next stage. He wants to be booking that spot in the promotions competition.
Absolutely. Look, the absolutely nasty trio of him, Drex, and Spruce has been making things a whole lot nicer for Dynasty. And look, yeah, first week, well, Leb was on the sub bench. Week 2, Leb replaced Zethi, and all of a sudden Dynasty did perform, and perform they did. Look, even compare the results. Dynasty first week, 7-4 loss to Warriors. Dynasty week 2, 7-4 against LFWO as well, which was a very decisive play, by the way, on Skyscraper out of all the maps, which is something that not a whole lot of teams can really boast about. So going into this one with Leb once again present, high hopes I'm being set for Dynasty.
Yeah, Lev goes from sitting on the sub bench to hitting LFWO with the sub bench now in week 3. Look, there's a lot of hope riding on them. They've got a huge amount of experience, and it was, I think it was you messaged Spruce after the match and asked him what it was like, and he said, yeah, playing with these blokes again, it's pretty awesome. We're enjoying ourselves and we are hitting our shots. So coming into week 3, off of the back of last week, they are an even more terrifying prospect. But again, you've got to ask that question, which is going to come up trumps today? Is it going to be that age, wisdom, and experience, or the cracked young gunners coming onto the scene?
Yeah, this is going to be the ultimate test, I suppose, here, given that, well, Dynasty yet to even encounter Kraken, which could be a very interesting matchup in its own entirety, given that, yeah, look, again, the upset factor is certainly there. Kraken hasn't been really dethroned off their top position for quite a long while as well, Panda, so if one of the teams to do it, I'm banking it will be Dynasty, probably.
Well, we'll have to find out, and it all begins here. Map Veto's up on your screen in just a second. Where we'll be heading last week at Skyscraper. This week, it's a bit colder. We're going to Chalet, of course. There was Border as an option for Circular Spheres. They didn't want any of it, and well, Dynasty, yeah, look, they weren't a fan of Clubhouse, but Chalet, we've seen it once already this stage. Do you reckon that this is something that could favor either of these teams significantly?
Well, it's funny that you actually asked that. Circular Spheres were actually able to upset Warriors last week on Chalet, and it was a 4 wins on the attack, 3 wins on the defense. So a very, very decisive victory that Circular Spheres have. So going into this one, I'm gonna call it that this is the comfort zone for Circular Spheres rather than Dynasty, and it's going to be Dynasty that will need to match the sheer output that Circular Spheres will generate.
Look, it's not like it's going to be some untouched entity on its own, so you'd imagine that Dynasty are coming into this with some experience, given the longevity of Chalet's appearance in competitive Siege. Honestly, this is gearing up to be an absolute heater, and honestly, I think we could see one of these two teams live up to their name. We could see the beginning of the dynasty.
Yeah, 100%. Look, no matter what, well, Dynasty is already there for that roster because they're already bringing quite a lot of history with them in the form of that three-man absolutely banger of a roster of Spruce, Drex, and Leb as well. Shoots and Cyro as well been adding up some really good heat to it all. Zethy, look, unfortunately, I don't mean to disrespect the man, but with him on board, at least back in week 1, it was looking rather bleak. So maybe once we'll get to see him play once again, things will really change. But until then, for now, the way how they've been bringing in and the roster that we've just seen being displayed, this is bringing a lot of promise for the continuing kind of play here for them.
Well, as we just wait for the map to get underway, Cthulhu, it's Chalet. It's a match which, I mean, it's a map that we saw. Look, I want to say it's in excess of last year, but no, it's not. I loved every minute of it. I love this map. I love what teams do to innovate. We're getting into it. Oh, ban phase in on us in just a moment, but Cthulhu, what can they do? What can either of these teams do to shut down their rampaging opponents at the moment?
Honestly, just play their own comfort game really here, because we already, at least judging from all of the interviews that we had, it's mainly just really a play for comfortable and a very consistent, momentum. That really, the moment you can see the confidence in each one of the players, you can see that they are nailing their shots. So with this kind of, with this said, I'm probably going to be saying that not a lot, both of these teams do require to be a little bit more extra on the aggression. And well, I say that, well, funnily enough, Jackal is out of the equation, but this does leave still Flores into the fray, and still leaves a lot of other operators that could be used for the roam clear, including the KB, including the Lion. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see, because with Valkyrie out of the equation, that's also the roam game, but ever so slightly crippled.
Oh boy. Yeah, Thatcher, Valkyrie, Jack, or no surprises, and to round it out, Mira. So the dual Spaniard ban coming out of Dynasty, but Cthulhu, I mean, that's what Cade let through, that's Flores let through on the attack. There's some significant picks that are going to be in play for this map.
I mean, we've been touching up on this ever since the beginning of OCL as well. We are nearing the sheer amount of operators that by this point, having that third ban for both attack and defense is borderline necessary to cause any significant damage to sort of any utility change or utility swing or even momentum swing in either of the sides. So with Flores, being present, this will make things a little bit easier to clear out a large chunk of the utility of the defense. On the side of the defense, though, having Cade back into the swing of things will make things easier to defend, say, even the hatches, flat out just foolproof them, or better yet, just hide some of those reinforcements for the even ground floor, bottom floor, say, if Dynasty does prompt to go for the snowmobile garage. So a lot of possibilities still there are open, and certainly I'd be quite curious to see how will Dynasty really utilize this. But yeah, Zethy is on the board today with
replacing Shoots, I believe.
Yeah, replacing Shoots, that is correct, yeah. So curious how will now this really perform, because again, third iteration of the roster, I suppose Dynasty are still kind of toying around with the idea as to, well, who gets to stay, who gets to sub.
Trex almost caught top Solarium as the early shots through the Solarium windows ring out. Pretty standard approach that we've been at the moment, but Circular Spheres wasting no time. They want to get onto these repels early and start contesting above. Clear things out. Take Master Bedroom. Take Office and start pushing towards top library stairs. But there is still some roam potential waiting to meet them in the form of Drex.
Oh. Grimstar already trying to find an early cutoff for the rotation. Won't be really finding anyone, given that Dynasty didn't really even bother to really expand towards the office and the master bedroom. Instead, it's
a little bit more so of a downwards positioning by Zethi. Drex will be holding the usual position on the library stairs, so as it stands, a fair bit of the free real estate been really given away to circular spheres, which should be making a rather easy time to initially establish a foothold.
And they will start clearing off. They make some ground up very, very quickly. They get over and start to get that information on top library and mezzanine as well, of course. Captain Oz just loitering around, gets on the drone to provide that info. Goofed spots the footholes, knows that there might be some cheeky angles to play around, but that's a dangerous spot. Gets the camp, looking to clear the barbed wire. Unfortunately, can't quite long arm it. A lot of utility being cleared out in pretty decent time.
Yeah, good timing, and again, Circular Sphere is showing why they are currently on the second place in the standings. They are a very efficient team as it stands, and the way how they're just executing things is looking very good, but Dynasty so far being pressured for all of the ground, and oof, phenomenal early frag.
Unfortunately, stepped right back up into the spray of Drex, who... I mean, look, it's a kill, and it's a big kill at that. Looking to reclaim his position top library from moments ago. Spots Japer and locks him down without a shot returning. And that is truly unfortunate for the Circular Spheres. Zethi pinching it from behind as Captain Oz takes him down. The SMG-11, not quite the cleanest, and Zethi, he was dawdling a little bit, getting out of dodge. But it's Leb that I'm most intrigued by, playing those basement stairs by the fireplace. This angle here, this flank, could well and truly gut everything Circular Spheres are trying to do.
Exactly, but with positioning of Zethi right now, that flank could be completely shut down, with Leb being forced to essentially re-swing. The whole housing of the sites as well, completely blocking out the position of the player. Jordy takes a lot of damage, and right now, look, 15 seconds remaining, the push needs to happen.
Pretty Star falls the SMG-11 is Zethi. And all of a sudden, that player advantage is there for Dynasty, but Captain Oz is in. Zethi falls! No, what? Did he not have ammo? What was going on? Spruce locks it down! Unfortunately, Circular Spheres just couldn't get out of their own way.
If I was on Dynasty roster, that would have been just a very large spam of question marks there. What happened there with Captain Oz?
Oh, look, if Dynasty win and Spruce figures out the technology aspect of it and gets on the interview, I'm sure we're hearing about that.
Oh yeah, I would hope that we would hear about that, because that was just... What?
Captain Oz had Spruce dead to rights, and whether it was a case of no ammo in the mag, or whether maybe he hit the wrong button on his mouse or his keyboard, but the pistol comes out, he dies without a chance to even contest it properly. And that round, look, it was what, 4 seconds away from ending anyway. Just any opportunity that was there was completely fumbled.
Exactly. Well, look, at least Dynasty do get themselves to score some early points, so this is looking rather promising here for the beginning of their defense. And look, I'm a little bit shocked, because if Captain Oz had the ammo, I guess, or didn't decide to go for the BM with a pistol, would have been a completely different turnout, but just there. Look, unfortunate setup. I do want to commend, though, Zethi did manage to get a really good flank and the rotation, kept up the fluid movement around the whole map, which kind of did generate quite a fair bit of swinging potential and a good positioning as well from him. So overall, not too shabby of a beginning, but again, only round one, so can't really base a whole lot of judgment just yet.
Yeah, that's also not how you want to start off a map of Siege, Cthulhu. I mean, fumbling in such a significant way at the very first round is not bode particularly well for the Circular Spheres. It's really going to put just a bit of extra pressure on them to be able to bring it back and recuperate from that mental deficit that they will assuredly find themselves in. But as it stands right now, first minute gone, Circular Spheres making good time and good pacing in getting through the map. Unfortunately, there's still more work to be done.
Goofed, meanwhile, already takes a point right by that swing double door. Cyro could really bring in that upset momentum, as well as that Leb actually has a really nice long angle to hold on to that crossfire onto the piano, so Cyro won't be left out for dry. But I say that, I think no, still in place. So two-man roam upstairs is actually still pretty good for Dynasty, and they could do quite a lot of good there for themselves. Meanwhile, on the side of Circular Spheres, they need to be a little bit more prompt. Already half a round gone. No breach at all has been committed in the top floor.
It looks like Jordy just placed an exothermic, so I think they might be just working to get that wall open. Drex tagged heavy, forced to his position for now. Does have that nitro cell, so it could be what he's looking for, but Captain Oz pushing through the study belt finds one as Syro falls two, and there we go. That nitro cell that I was talking about moments ago will answer back for at least one.
Cutting down Captain Oz is good. That's your vertical game completely now isolated and taken out. Japer actually from below could still deal a great deal of damage, but as it stands, 45 seconds remaining, well, Dynasty could still hold this off really, really well. Spruce will be the key playmaker though in this turnout so far, I'll have to say that.
They're looking for the exothermic, but there is no option, it seems, to get this arcade core off the wall. Stuns coming in. Japer falls. The rotate for two, almost. Spruce, can he do it? Yes, he can. How has he pulled it off? That is absolutely gutting if you're a Circular Spheres fan. Once again, in the dying moments, it all comes crumbling apart. And Dynasty, this time, it's much more convincing. That's two in the bag.
Spruce just filled that position of smoke player on as an anchor so perfectly well, played his position to absolute perfection, and still managed to run away with a double kill as well. That pretty much worked perfectly there for Dynasty, with pretty much being able to look out all the opportunities for Circular Spheres and completely shut down any sort of comfort ground. Yes, they've taken the top floor, but because they lost that buck in the early stages of the push, pretty much signaled that they can't really contest that top floor. They can't really contest that vertical game. From there on, well, they didn't really have even the human resources to completely dedicate to any sort of stable vertical, and kind of from there on, it all spiraled out of control. So this is ultimately on Circular Spheres. That double push did not pay off in any shape or form either, and begs for a question, well, is it just Dynasty being just built differently and just playing out of their mind, or is it kind of a summary of both Circular Spheres kind of just having a bit of a misplay moment, plus Dynasty playing out of their mind and reading into those misplays?
Again, I think it's a combination of misplays from Circular Spheres and that age and experience from Dynasty. Just, I mean, you think about, if you were just to correlate and assign a numerical value to the sheer amount of Siege that Drex, Spruce, and Leb have played at a high level, that is a massive number. And Circular Spheres don't even come remotely close, but what does come close is the bullets to Drex as it pumps him through the chest. No smoke, but I mean, look, it was an FMG9 smoke as well, so he was looking to get a bit cheeky.
Yeah, punished for his own cheekiness and for his own kind of outcome, but still rather a frustrating way to go. Plus, again, the utility would have been absolutely impactful and huge, but I say that Spruce doesn't have any issues with at least returning fire here. So with Captain Oz out of the equation, that's your big aggressor in form of Ash gone, which does leave us still with plenty of still breaching utility, so not as impactful, not as horrible of a loss as it was for Drex.
Look at those vert angles he's looking to establish. And Spruce has gone from an anchor operator to a slightly more aggressive one in the form of the Aruni with the MK14. So that long-range threat with the DMR could be something that Circular Spheres might have to deal with rather than leave to be a factor of its own in the later stages of the round. 90 seconds remaining. We will see that Rotero clear out the shield on Piano. Doesn't catch the Banshee, though, which could be big.
Yeah, not being able to get rid of the Banshee would be rather problematic later down the line, albeit that time has not just come yet. We first need to find those openers that to get rid of even just the gun's presence around the piano room, and that will be a whole different task really here. So we are looking at that momentum swing. There's the position. Spruce, can he find the triple? No, unfortunately not enough, but the damage has been dealt.
Jordy takes him out. They did lose one more. That being Leb, of course, unfortunately. So the three veterans gone, but Zeti steps up and avenges his captain. Jordy removed from the equation, your hard breacher, but the wall's already open into the site. So not the biggest of losses heading into the final 40.
Say that though,
Attackers recovered the
Japa,
bomb diffuser.
only just a single flashbang to his name, no frag grenades for Primstar, so it's just basically going to be just the gunfights happening. Swing comes in, Cyro last man standing, in comes the play 1v1 with Japa, but Japa is much sharper in that play, so Circular Spheres do get themselves sorted on the point, whilst only by the conclusion of round 3, but still managing to keep it snappy.
I mean, Japa, what you got to remember, finished the year second overall for the Oceanic Challenger League in 2021. So, went splintered off, started his own team, qualified for the Oceanic Challenger League, and is looking quite sharp despite the first 2 rounds. Round 4, though, I think is where we start to see just what these 2 teams are made of. A 2-1 lead, not insurmountable, and Circular Spheres have been their own worst enemy in a couple of them. If they can pull it out, if they can equalize here, we are going to get a show today.
Oh yeah, very much. So
Attackers have
that
discovered the
early
location of the
contention
bomb.
will be pretty much the biggest sign of whether we are going to be seeing an absolutely dominating series or whether this will be a rather back and forth kind of turnout. Curious though, because Dynasty had a decent idea about how they defend, how they hold on to their positions, but very few things did really give in, namely the fact that Spruce did go down after not being able to get that 3rd kill, albeit he already did a really big amount of work during that round. Unfortunately, that 3rd kill would have been the big deal breaker, but alas, didn't really happen. Just timing wasn't there, luck wasn't there, however you want to call it, just things didn't align. Let's just call it that. Whereas on the side of the rest of the team from Dynasty, well, Drex still kind of returning back to the old roots. He might just be able to actually score a really, really nice run out, and in it goes.
Car garage up, spots it and goof, doesn't even have a chance to react. Gone, no Iana, no frag grenades. Mate, that's 2.5 minutes on cams. He finds a second and ending up trading with Crimstar. That is largely you've soft breach gone. You've got Captain Oz, yes, but having the nades, all your nades, but actually no, sorry, they've got 3 sets of nades. But I mean, 2/3 of that gone in the first minute of the round. That's not good.
Perfect. Look, play from Drex, 2 for 1. I'd say that's a perfect setup there for Dynasty to kick things off. And look, 2 out of 3 players that could wield the frag grenades as well gone. That is a lot of damage overall to the utility department of Circular Spheres. Now for Circular Spheres, look, they need to make sure that they have at least a good pacing. They still have just under 2 minutes, as a matter of fact, minute and 40 to really work around. So get back onto the drones, re-drone some positions, make sure that you have a stable foothold to play around, because otherwise if you're face checking each one of those angles, you're basically returning to the state where, well, a lot of your opponents were found, and, well, having those nasty surprises not particularly really working out the best way possible.
Rapidly approaching the final minute here in round 4. Japa just lurking his way up from the basement from Snowmobile, and he is on this bar door. Interesting. He was toying with the idea of clearing the cam. Now knows that there is a player above him on that shield. Oh, he's going to walk up, who loses his life, and they almost bag a second. Geordie just swings wide. Spruce in a bit of danger, but Leb there to support.
Ooh.
That's huge. Playing the numbers game. They lose absolutely everything. Dynasty are looking to establish themselves in this competition.
Well, impressive turnout here so far, and you can see even Spruce feeling all ventilated now instead of wearing the tradie attire, now looking all sharp and everything. But yeah, look, I gotta say, Dynasty certainly starting to establish themselves in a very dominant manner, which is looking to be like a very promising thing, especially given the fact that, look, I mean, they're currently in that tiebreaker, right, Panda? They're the ones that are sitting at the bottom of this tiebreaker. So, say they score a 3-pointer, that propels them before the matchup, obviously, of Kraken, into a direct tiebreaker contention for the first place.
Yeah. It would also lock them in for second and closing out Playday 3, which, I mean, look.
I mean, from
just,
what,
that's
6th
just
to
behind
second?
first.
Exactly. That's a four-point progression off the back of a singular match.
Exactly.
Which is kind of nuts, like when you think about it though, Panda. Because we would see like a lot of leaderboards just, yeah, you know, a 1 point differential, 2 point differential, but that's like still relatively like teams playing catch up. This time we're having 4 or 5 team tiebreakers, and a singular win propels you from the bottom of the leaderboard to almost the top, and it's fascinating to see how that dynamic changes in the early stages.
I mean, the Oceanic Nationals has been there. We've been there ourselves. I think it was more stage 3 than any of the others, but one of those situations where you don't actually know how things will finitely play out until the final play day. Right now, no hyper aggression from Drex just yet. He is looking to maybe make something happen, but for the moment, it will just be a slightly more passive start for this kitchen dining defense. No pop of the window to take out Drex, but there is utility to be dealt with in Oz.
Oh no.
Did he fall off the roof? Was he? I think he was caught by Drex there, potentially on that window. Will be picked up by the nano boost, but that is a significant portion of health lost.
Absolutely. We'll be forcing as well the Buck player to be a whole lot more conservative with the plays. No more presence in the garage, which is something confusing, really. Because if you remember back in Season 3 of 2021, the moment you see a Buck pick, that's instantly rush to the garage and have that vertical to cut off the trophy stairs. I mean, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference here, given that Goof's already taken an L from Cyro, who didn't really lose any sort of HP. I say that, though. Phenomenal snap by Japer. Good shot to make it a 4v4.
Again, it's still a trade that I think you take the Dynasty, you lose Zofia for, well, you've only lost an alibi. Your prisoners are out, the gun is great and all, but there's no nitro cell. Spruce being tagged, being threatened heavy, has to pull down West Main. But Geordie will find Drex, and that means one of those nitro cells, I think it was already thrown at that stage, but it's still Drex, the kill leader for the team, off the board.
Yeah, with Drex gone, things will be looking a little bit dire. I say that though, Zethi still returns back the favor. The shotgun is being rather a deadly piece of utility in his hand, which is working out perfectly well. C4 could have been absolutely big to utilize, but unfortunately not for this time. Cut off, possibly no. Somehow dodges all of these angles. How is he staying alive? Well, not for long though, thankfully. Well, thankfully for Circular Spheres, not thankfully for Dynasty. Leb could do a lot of work here though.
The site is vacated though, so Geordie will get onto the job, get that diffuser down. Leb has to clutch himself up a 1 versus 3. Walking through dining, he is going to be on a drone, surely, but no, somehow managed to get in behind the half wall and through, catches Geordie on the rotate, but it's a whiff. Spots the player, but can't crisply hit the shots. And Crimson Star will book a second round for the Circular Spheres. Cthulhu, we are rapidly approaching an equal half.
Well, very, very close. And once again, you can see the concentration plus maybe slight bits of, you know, nerves starting to get there, given that Leb nearly managed to, you know, swing the tide back into his favor despite it being a 1v3, but only a single round differential does kind of signal for a lot of different possibilities here for both teams. Circular Spheres could really equalize it up. If they do, that would be actually quite a fair bit of a blow to Dynasty's comfort zone, really, because ideally for them, a 4-2 scoreline would be perfect, given that it's the defense of Chalet. You would want to ramp up as many of those points as possible, especially on the side that is usually considered kind of the side of death, really, where you drain out the sheer amount of time that could be drained is absolutely nuts, and the time that it would take to clear out the top floor may pretty much be the decider as to whether you will be able to even make it to the actual site. So here for Circular Spheres, if they can nail the performance once again, this could be absolutely huge in possibly just continuing that momentum for Circular Spheres. If not, well, Dynasty might just have a very solid chance to get that initial, well, victory over Circular Spheres and then proceed maybe their march all the way through the attack as well.
But, Cthulhu, it's Chalet. Attack decided.
Yes.
So, a 3-round half, not the end of the world. In fact, that's pretty big for Dynasty, if we're being perfectly honest. In fact, if they get a 4-2 half, that's absolutely stunning. Zethi, for now, A known quantity on the solarium stairs. Could find himself isolated, and this drone going deep is going to find him before it's finally shot out. But you can see players looking to try and contest his position. The Nitro Cell rip is going to force them off the window. It's all just mind games right now. Try and deny them, but no!
Oh, no.
Goofed, what have you done?
No, Goofed. No.
No!
Goofed.
That could have been 4.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
No. That is devastating, man. That is so devastating. And off the back of that, Dynasty could completely just swing it into their favor through and through on both sides. Yes, the attacking side could be big. Swing and Peaks comes fries completely, actually, Captain Oz, but only to be traded out. Yeah, this is borderline unscrapable.
On the
all
plus
around.
side, if nothing else, it is the most efficient frag grenade we've ever had in the Oceanic Challenger League. Not in the right direction,
Not
but
in the
still,
right direction,
you take
yeah.
it where you can. A 1 versus 4. My God, I mean, how? Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cyro just hanging around a bit too long. Will fall to another frag grenade. 3 committed in the round, and well, 4 of them technically. But that's just the worst possible series of events that they then played out for Circular Spheres, who are assuredly going to find themselves at a deficit of 2 rounds and a half. And then Zethy finding Goofed as well off the Nitro Cell. It went from bad to worse in mere moments at their own hand.
I'm still at shock, Panda, as to what happened. How was that even allowed to happen? How? I genuinely, I'm curious at what even angle was this grenade thrown, because how does one fumble like that is beyond me, but it is what it is. Look, unfortunate for CS, unfortunate turnout. As much
someone
as
who is a bit of a connoisseur of bad nades, I can 100% understand how that happened, but
Bombs if they can.
still
that
though,
is-
like
the only way it could have been any worse is if Japer had been a little bit quicker onto the scene and caught the second nade.
possibly, yeah, that would have been completely devastating. And by this point, just next round, please. Don't want to see any of that anymore, because it's just pure pain. Regardless, though, it's not the end of the world just yet, but it will be certainly extending that lead unnecessarily for, well, for Dynasty it will be necessary to keep on extending the lead, and basically that round was all gifted to them. But for Circular Spheres, they would want to keep this contention as cleanly and as closely as possible, so that 1 point differential no more being now, well, it's up to them to nail their defense, really, because 4-2 scoreline. Now it's time for Dynasty to really push the envelope with their attack, and you look at the lineup, it is looking very spicy, Panda. That switch on Drex, Spruce back on the hard breaching utility, Cyro is there with the Finka, albeit it's a spear 308 rather than the LMG, and then Zethy and Leb on the flank watch and the soft breach utility, respectively.
I mean, we're going like OCN Drex right now. This was a staple for him last year on Rhythm. Him and the Twitch did absolute bits for the team. But right now, it's going to be Geordie to kick things off with, unfortunately, Zethy falling down. And that's your flank watch gone, but Levy's on the hunt down in Wine. Can he find a kill? No, he can't. They do lose Leb, but at least they do find Japer. Now Spruce looking to pick up where his teammate left off. Watching the angle, hits the shoulder, and Goofed will be forced to vacate the premises for now. He's going to lurk himself over towards Trench, sitting in by the boiler as well. That could be detrimental, because there's no way you're checking that position.
Goofed has an impact grenade. Say if he reads into the fact that Spruce is playing very passively behind those wine cellar bits, he could have just impacted the wall and found the frag rather easily, but in his choice, he decides to really play a little bit more passively, let that heat blow over. Now, for Dynasty, losing out both Zeth and Lebanon is, well, problematic, at the very least, because not enough of that leverage to swing, which now means that, well, one of the players will have to take that 1vx kind of gunfight, which he will need to come out on top of. But thankfully, at least Goof has been tagged up to like 1 or 2 point differential, so this could be the big momentum swing, albeit truly get rid of the Melusi charge. Dregs, though, does get the better of Jordy, so that's a good opener.
Oh boy,
Oh.
and Goof caught on the tail end trying to pinch in behind and catch Spruce. And all of a sudden, the 2-kill momentum shift puts Dynasty in the lead. Oz absolutely stands no chance as the captain Spruce finds the closer. Dynasty are up in a big way going into the half.
Just as I was about to say, maybe this is the time where Circular Spheres will, bring this back. Dynasty just, they keep it up. They keep it up, and despite the early man disadvantage, they managed to make it work really, really well. And I mean, you can see the Spruce's face says it all. It's still fully well concentrated, but they keep up the communication, they keep up the talks, they keep up the high morale. And that is actually going to be something that is, well, the most important bit of it all. So, suppose for the time being we get to talk about, well, as you pointed out before, it was a little bit of a roast towards Zethi. First week didn't really work out too well for him. You look at the scoreline right now, he's keeping up with the rest of the team. At the moment, it's a little bit of a quieter turnout for Leb, so overall, I gotta say the work has been definitely put in on Zethi's end, and maybe it was just the first week jitters.
I wonder if maybe it's a bit of a role switch, because, I mean, Leb
Could be that, yeah.
picking up the fragging role, because I think usually that would be Shoots that doing this, and I mean, they're players who play very well from, not necessarily the backbenchers, but they play very, very well playing in those support roles, taking a step back, letting the young gunners frag. So Syro and Shoots, when they were playing that entry duo, and allowed the rest of these veteran members of the team do their job and do it very, very well. So I wonder now Leb being forced onto, the Jaeger, the entry, he's struggling just a little bit because that's not his comfort zone.
Yeah, that actually could be a very valid point. So, certainly maybe a question, something to ask of Spruce, maybe, if we do end up getting him on the interview. But I have to say, look, Dynasty, despite some of the shortcomings on a couple of occasions, they've been actually conducting themselves pretty well overall in this matchup. They managed to, each one of the players commits to and dedicates a couple frags per round in a very stable manner, and it usually just goes down to once the actual collapse onto the side begins, and this is where just certain chaos may sometime, overwhelm, just flat out what are the comms, what needs to be done, and that kind of split-second decision-making can sometimes betray you. So it goes actually both ways, because Circular Spheres by no means are a bad team either. It's just, at the moment, too many micro mistakes happen that end up switching things off in a completely huge manner. Zethi, though, well, I think that's more so just a problem on the drone, not droning out, because Zethi was completely unaware of that position behind the console.
Yeah, I mean, not an ideal situation, especially losing your Nomad that early on. Unfortunate. Let's just pin it as that for now. Not the end of the world, but unfortunate. Right as we carry on through Leb, going to be looking to clear out the space. But last time they were nearly punished, but goofed. He finds it through the hatch, just absolutely telegraphed. Luckily for Dynasty, though, Syro's on the job. Captain Oz cleaned out from mezzanine. They might just have the foothold they need to get into the building.
Quite a good chunk of ground now being given away. Now the attempt to retake that chunk is going to be done probably off the back of those library stairs, but Dregs has that very clean angle. Now, as long as Goof doesn't do some sort of a wild swing through the impact hole, this should be a rather relatively easy entry. Already Spruce is in. No clue at all.
Well, he almost suffered it in the first round, but this time he's the one to deal the devastating blow. Goofed knows that there is someone coming in through the coat. Lord, Goofed is on for the ace, though. Spruce, he might just hand it to him, but no! That's one he has no idea that Japer was tucked in just mere meters away. Catches the pings, knows he's going to rotate in. He's going to look for the angle, but no, Japer just pulls up on the throttle at the end. Keeps the team heading in the right direction, and Circular Spheres walk away with yet another round.
My lord, Goofed on that quad though. That would have been absolutely nasty if he would have granted himself that ace. Unfortunately, just looked in the wrong direction. But I gotta say, look, Dynasty being allowed these kind of audacious pushes. I mean, Spruce just freely just walked directly on site. Yes, he took a little bit of a damage, but that was basically negligible in the grand scheme of things. With him being able to rock open that whole site so well, the only thing that really just went unfortunately there is just Drex falling to the hands of Gooft, but Gooft was just on a tear there, so can't really blame him at all. 3-5 though scoreline. Dynasty still having that 2-point lead, looking okay. Yes, the attack has been, won out in round 1 of the offense. From there on, it feels a little bit like the ball has been dropped, but it all started off with just poor life drawing. And for Zethi to go down initially, that allowed Gooft a huge amount of area to literally just play around and hold, and that's something that needs to be cleaned up. If they want to have that life drawing push with the Nomad, you need to make sure that you check literally each and every nook and cranny. And on the side of Zethi as well, expect those very wild angles. Be prepared for those. And unfortunately, just not to happen last round. But maybe even coming into this one, they might be able to clean it up. Although again, it's that very same southwest push into the library and games room.
Now, there is a glaring issue that is apparent on my screen right now.
Oh yeah.
In the line of the defense for Circular Spheres, there is not a single Whamai, Jaeger, Mute, Mozzie, Bandit, Cade in play for any of them. No Breach Denial, limited in fact, 0 Utility Denial, bar the Saria Gates. There are 4 frag grenades in play. There are 4 Roteros in play. Well, unfortunately, we lose 2 of our frag grenades as Japer aggroes up on that library hallway window, which is unfortunate, but there's still a lot of defensive utility that can be cleared up for free.
Absolutely. I mean, Jordy. I was about to say Jordy had a very impactful position that he could have played to the absolute full extent. Unfortunately, not to really happen. I do want to outline Japer, though. Japer has been swinging so many rounds into the favor of his team. It's absolutely nuts. And him being on that alibi roam game has been just perfect. So, for the time being, it's obviously going to be a much more quieter time. Zethi completely ignoring the pings as to where the team needed the air jab, but instead just goes in a little bit deeper. From here on out, really, Dynasty can really collapse onto the site. As long as they keep in mind that Captain Oz could be an absolute pain in the butt with the M1014. A lot of things could be done, and well, already the breaches have started. Now it's down to the rest of Dynasty to really make that play to happen.
Well, they've popped the Saria Gate and the piano double. They've got the long angle towards the piano as well, cleared out with the Roteros and Sara watching the back end. Playing flank watch drops Goofed. So,
where's
3
Japer
players
actually?
Now.
Oh, Japer's back on site. Okay. So actually, with no control over the ground floor, that is a lot of problems. Oh, he's dead. Yeah, now look at Captain Oz, though. He still has the C4. He has the shotgun. Vertical play here is going to be crucial, and they have no idea. Dynasty could be in a lot of trouble here.
Grimstar does catch Zethi, but it's only a down. It's not a kill, so they are in a bit of trouble in terms of contesting things body-wise. On the reload, Crimstar prone on the piano. That's going to give his position away. Somehow he's still in this right now, and that Nitro could be the lineup. Oh, my lord, no. Yes, it is indeed. And Crimstar's found 2. Unfortunately, I don't realize that it is going to be Spruce pinching in from behind. The Nitro cell has just gone out. They will have the scan, the shotgun. Can he find the angle? No, Spruce is going to get it down. What is going on? Circular Spheres had that round in spades thanks to Crim. And with the defuse going down, with the angle not being ideal for the shotgun, pistol out, no. Captain Oz committing to the M1014 has put his team in a right spot. All he can do is chase the heartbeats. Dynasty are about to move up and on to map point right now. Unfortunately, the direction of the bars just cost the contest and the round. Dynasty are on map point.
Stunned here, Panda. How did that, in a matter of a couple seconds, really just turn out? Because basically, because of a misplay and of the mispositioning of Captain Oz, it's either rather that or Spruce's understanding of where he needs to position himself. If they knew prior to this that the Pulse could be playing from down below, that position worked out so well because that basically would have forced Pulse to play out in the open, which already posed quite a bit of a threat. So I gotta commend. Look, Dynasty, whilst they flopped absolutely positively on that whole push through mezzanine and through the balcony, Spruce trusts Spruce to be the one to, you know, clutch it all up and bring it back still to the workable state of things. Because any other situation, if that Pulse would have been given that opportunity with the shotgun, he had the perfect weapon, by the way, for the vertical game. Just unfortunately, positioning didn't work out.
My question is, where did that nitro pop though? Because he had the nitro, he detonated it, but it was nowhere near anybody.
I think it was actually onto the mezzanine balcony.
5 seconds left before
He threw
No,
it.
because he was down below and dining. So
attackers must locate.
he'd come from kitchen, if I remember correctly.
Maybe it was
So I
hunting
wonder
Spruce
if it.
then.
I'd wonder if he'd almost pre-placed it and then thought, oh, maybe I should pop it, see if anything happens. Which
I mean, yeah.
I don't know. It was just everything fell apart in the dying moments. What could have been a massive clutch absolutely falls flat on its face, and we're now in round number 10, which could be the last round of the map, Cthulhu. And Dynasty could be mere moments away from their second win of the stage.
Oh man. Stressful times here for CS. Starting from that double TK with an aid, now to Drex completely just bullying Japer through that window. Doesn't really pose a whole lot of promising opportunities here. Another frag grenade does tag up Captain Oz as well. Flashbang is in, completely blind, naded out. Is just so many problems, and yeah, we're on the downward spiral. Dynasty only 3 frags away from locking this down.
I mean, significant deterioration, round upon round.
Yeah.
3 players remaining to the 5 over-stimmed members of Dynasty. And of course, it's Spruce leading the charge in the frag department. 11-5. I think it's probably the best scoreline he's had in a wee while. And Cyro to drop Crimstar means that the losses are just getting worse and worse. Goofed, even shaken. Misses the opportunity onto Cyro. Geordie rotating through to join his teammate now for that last stand. And the Nitro's good. Cyro will fall, but it's only the first of 4 more they need to find.
Absolutely, yeah, with still 1 minute and 15 to go as well, there's a lot of time to play around, so Leb is there to try to just rid as much of that utility as possible. I don't think the actual drone exploded, so this could pose a little bit of a problem. Well, another one
Yeah, I
goes
think
in.
it clipped the wall.
Could have clipped the wall indeed, yeah, look,
Yeah,
one more,
it did. It
surely.
clipped the wall. Yeah, it did
Another
again.
one. He did it again. Leb, come on, mate, you gotta do it.
I think again, he's been forced into a role that he's not as familiar with. He's not used to playing the Flores. So they're just going to look to lock it down in the gunfights, try and take it in the one-on-ones, the 2-on-2s. Pings are there. Oh, spots the elbow at Geordie, but decides better of it. Gives it to one of the younger gunners. Geordie will find Spruce as he tries to get involved, and that could be very unfortunate. That's Diffuser as well, locked out on the study balcony. Final 20 as things open up. Geordie for a triple in the round. He's found some big frags. And he might just find a couple more while he's at it. He's hit double digits, but no, Drex out of the study balcony to bring it to the 2 versus 1. They just need to play the numbers game. 10 seconds remaining. Just swing him. Too many members, and Leb closes it out. Welcome to the Dynasty.
There we go. Panda. Finally, Dynasty do push it all to the absolute conclusion. 3-pointer for them to make themselves quite comfy on the 2nd position on the leaderboard, just behind Kraken Esports Club. And look, I mean, the faces don't really show this, but finally some satisfaction from all of this.
Well, look, the biggest question of the evening for these 2 teams is not necessarily, you know, what was the outcome, where was it going to go, how was it going to play. Honestly, for me, it's, will Spruce get into the call with audio?
Did Spruce fix up his microphone? Well, those will get that answer rather soon, but regardless, yeah, look, Dynasty, off the back of quite a fair few mistakes that really occurred, managed to finally make it work.
I mean, statistically in Siege, it's a game that's dominated by opening kills, and for the majority of the map, I mean, almost the entirety of the map, in fact, it was Circular Spheres picking up the opening kills, but Dynasty still pulling out the win. And, I mean, do you reckon that is an indicator of that maturity that these, 3 veteran players are bringing to the team?
Quite possibly, yeah. Look, having that trio is crucial. I'm a firm believer of that. It is crucial for the success of Dynasty. Those three players have been the ones to bring in that confidence, that momentum into the team, into the fray. Has been absolutely solid. I do want to also point out that as well, on top of the 3 veterans, the duo of Syro and Zethi kind of worked out, but again, still a few small things here and there that need to be addressed, but I'm sure going into the further weeks we shall be seeing that addressed very thoroughly.
Well, it is 3 weeks in the making. It's an interview with a man that I've been wanting to talk to for a while. Spruce going to be joining us from Dynasty. We've been told his mic's working. Spruce, welcome to the interview booth. You were here briefly last week. You picked up your win. You picked up your second one. You're currently tied top of the table. What's it like back playing?
Yeah, it's all right. Nothing special.
Yeah, all right. Yeah. Look, run us through, because you guys been first of all, you finally pulled out of retirement, and Dynasty's starting to finally perform, albeit you going through a 3rd reiteration and swapping people in and out from the sub bench. Is this kind of just still more so a question of figuring out the roles, or is it just who can play on the day?
Unlike Fnatic, we can implement a 6-man roster. I'm not just going to say it,
Oh dear!
I love that.
Look,
Okay.
we knew it was going to be fun getting you in the interview booth eventually. But look, Spruce, you come back in. Week 1 was a bit of a flop. It was unfortunate. It wasn't the result you desired. You bring Leb in week 2. You guys storm through. Week 3, it's even better. I mean, enough said. You guys are gunning for OC, and that's the goal here. But your next week is probably going to be one of your biggest. Are there any concerns that you might fall short against Kraken?
No, really. No. We'll just play. We'll just play. If we win, we win. If they win, we win. I mean, if they win, we lose. Yeah, I just work here. I just call some strats sometimes and Borush.
I just put the team on my back, get all the kills and do all the hard work.
Nah,
look, Spruce, it's awesome having you here.
Youngins. That's the youngins' job.
It's awesome having you here in the Oceanic Challenger League, bringing that veteran status. But before we let you go, is there anyone you want to shout out?
Just like thank God, my mom, my dog Addis, Dynasty, my teammates, Yamba Cricket Club. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, right.
Well, look, we'll let you head off and celebrate your victory. We look forward to seeing you again potentially next week. Look, Kazulu, he thanked everyone but the Academy. But what can you do? You can only fit in so many names when it comes to thanking people. But look, it is kind of as we expected. Dynasty came in, they showed up on the day. Circular Sphere's not quite what we expected. Not necessarily for their own fault. Sometimes that's just the way the cards lie. But Dynasty currently tied for first place.
Indeed they are, but look, the team that they are tied with are next on the board, and so far unbeatable, the Giants, the Titans of OCL. Ever since the beginning of Season 3, Kraken looking better than ever.
You're right. Yeah, look, it's a team that has been swinging above their own weight since the beginning of Stage 3 OCL last year. After the break, we come back for our final match of the evening. Kraken Esports taking on 1620 Kings to see if Dynasty stay tied or if they fall back behind that first place mark. When we get back, it's all going to kick off. See you soon.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. Na, 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 na. What's next?
Well, our match of the evening did not fail to deliver. Circular Spheres taking on Dynasty, and Dynasty walking away as the smoke clears. But Cthulhu, it's our final match of the evening. Two absolute titans of the Oceanic Challenger League from last year. One came in Stage 2, didn't quite show up, but then rocketed through to success in Stage 3. The other, crowned overall silver medalist for the year, coming into 2022. Both have a claim to fame, but unfortunately none of Kraken is showing up today.
Yeah,
no, it's a joke. That's a joke. They are playing. I'm kidding.
meme incoming. Look, yeah, Kraken are a team that managed to demonstrate us some very, very powerful plays. There they are on your screen. Tiltec, Elements, Pluto, Seppi, and Hunter. And the roster that looked perfect back in Season 3. Yeah, unfortunately, they had to play against Fury a fair few times, so fortunately that was a loss for them. But apart from that, they were basically perfect. And now with the addition of Pluto and Elements, they look renewed going into this season as well. Against them, those 1620 Kings, the team that shown a fair bit of potential, but as Chef Jeff stated himself, they're still just finding their way. They're finding what roles is the best. They're finding who's what and where is better. And look, it's still been a very big learning curve for them, which is probably the main outcome that they are looking for here.
They're the man in charge of the 1620 Kings, their captain, Chef Jeff, who we've seen and talked to him, and well, he's been a bit unleashed the last couple of weeks, Cthulhu, switching from what is more traditional play style of that Maverick Smoke connoisseur to a Zofia. KJ as well on your screen, one of the newer additions to the 1620 Kings roster. I mean, they've gone through a pretty significant rebuilding period, and now looking to bounce back and develop those skills they need to push on to the OCN. But I mean, what can you do in the face of such overwhelming adversity? Kraken have gone from strength to strength. They did not take a step down. They took a step forward, in fact, in signing Pluto and Elements. What is it, do you think, that 1620 Kings will need to bring to the table today to win?
Honestly, I'd say for 1620 Kings, they just need to make sure that they are playing just their kind of game. If it's failing them, yeah, look, that's just more so of a learning material. I think moving into this very matchup, whilst not a lot is being really expected here from K16, bar the fact that they were one of the rosters that did cause an upset to, back in 2021, the front runners of Stage 3 that were Fury. For them here, this whole matchup is all about learning. From the top end team currently on the leaderboard and the borderline flawless performer so far. As long as they're able to at least grab a fair few rounds, that's already considered a dub, because this will still give a lot of understanding of what could be done in what kind of time, maybe who's better on which kind of role. I mean, you even remember from the first day, Chef Jeff starting things off on the support was kind of quiet. The moment sent on Zafir, absolutely blooming, absolutely fragging. So it's all about the experimentation and figuring out what is going to be the best way to approach their opponents here.
Well, approach is going to be key, and to figure out how that approach will be it be fast, will it be slow? It's map veto time to tell us, of course. And going into the map vetoes, we've had 2 Oregons, our Chalet, and to close the evening out, well, it looks like it's going to be back to basics. It's Clubhouse on the cards. Now, Cthulhu, throw your mind back. Infamously, this was the first map that Kraken secured a win on in their joining of the Oceanic Challenge League all the way back in week 2 of Stage 2.
Correct, yeah. Look, this is the map that bears quite a fair bit of history, as a matter of fact, for Kraken, from being their first victory map back in the day, now to then the playoffs, I believe, of the Stage 3 of OCL 2021, where they infamously used the map as a warm-up against big dogs. Completely flogged, the whole map forfeited, and then proceeded to absolutely demolish on the next 2 maps, reverse sweep, quote-unquote, but look, it was all an embarrassment for big dogs. So now going into this one, they're already a team that are very knowledgeable on this map. They know exactly what they do and how they do it and who to exactly send where. So all the eyes are going to be on K16 and how they react to this almost, one could even say, perfected gameplay of Kraken, at least within the realm of OCL. So that's at least how I'm viewing this. I hate to be kind of the doubter and the non-believer, but in the context of things, K16 looking to improve, looking to learn, Kraken are here to grab the win and send themselves into OCN. 2 completely different approaches.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's not going to be the only chance for any of these teams to play against the Oceanic national teams. Of course, we've got the Oceanic Challenger Series later on down the line. All 16 teams from across both competitions will be playing off in a single elimination tournament to see who's just the best Oceanic team in the region. And honestly, with the way that, Kraken are playing at the moment, I would imagine that they, if not finish top 8, finish top 4, given the way that they play and the way that they approach this game. Honestly, I mean, you could say, oh yeah, but it's Oceanic Challenger League, it's not as a... These guys play the game absolutely as best as you can in the Oceanic Challenger League, and I would hands down say it, if they had been in for Stage 1 of last year and made it into their promotions tournament, there might have been 2 Oceanic Challenger League teams making it into OCN.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Now, here's actually a funny thing for you as well, Panda. Going into this season, I just triple checked the results and maps. Clubhouse was actually the first pick for Kings to play against Antic. Now, it was a 7-4, and yes, and funnily enough, it was majority points gained from the attack. So, theoretically, the way how we could read into this, we go into the comfort zone of both of those teams, and it's more so about how will Kings really alter their approach here.
Well, I mean, the forging grounds for the majority of Oceanic players, it is a staple of this scene, and as we head into the operator ban phase for our final match of the evening, it will be Kraken kicking things off on the defense and 1620 Kings starting things off in the attack. Now, the wild thing is, Cthulhu, if we throw our minds back even further, Seppi played for the initial iteration of the team that would become 1620 Kings all the way back on Skyfire Stage 1.
Exactly that. So yeah, plenty of friendly rivalry here. You can see even from the general text chat here in the lobby. What is not normal though, Panda, we get to see quite a change in the bans. Before we were so used to the, the breach enabler, now we changed to denying completely the breaches, just period. With Maverick out of the equation, we delving back into the previous year's meta, Hibana out of the equation makes things a whole lot more difficult, meaning only Ace is your only remote breacher. And this would make things a whole lot more difficult, especially for the attack. On the side of defense, though, Cade and Mira, so no more of the vertical initial denial, so it's mainly just the impact tricks that will be conducted. And Mira out of the equation, well, it's more so a given. You need to ban the Mira, because otherwise you are in the deep end of the worst possible setups that you could be running against.
I mean, the Mira was also, not just that, but it was one of the few ways remaining to be able to deal with any sort of hard breach. Yes, you can impact trick, but you're talking what, church wall and kitchen hatch. No, the two places that you're going to be looking at impact trick now. I mean, unless you're willing to sit there and bandit juggle, mute juggle, these walls are going to be opened up, and both teams will have to find some way to counter that.
Exactly that. Well,
Defenders, protect your bombs.
seems like maybe the emphasis here is going to be made for the post-breach situation rather than just preventing the breach in its own entirety. And saying that, though, looking at the lineup of the defense, well, nothing is there to really even deny the breach. You have, though, a lot of flexible utility, though. You have the Valkyrie with her cameras and the C4. You have the smoke, you have the Wamais, plus the Maestros as well on top of it. Also, quite a lot of information gathering utility, plus the throwables denial. So, they very much strip the attack of their utility, of their throwables, and then turn it into a bare bones just punch out, basically. Well, instead of punches, it's bullets being shot. So, I rate the idea. Basically, just putting it down to basics, Kraken could certainly take away all those crutches that 1620 Kings could be looking to bring aboard, because, I mean, you look at the setup, you have Chef Jeff with the frag grenades, completely outed, denied. Lonely with this, with the flashbangs that most certainly are going to be used as the utility drain. Machine with the frag grenades, who has been rather clinical with those. KJ with a lot of the sendable utility. I am, though, curious, though. Here's the actually cool point. No Ace, but instead Testa is bringing in the secondary hard breach device, which only require a singular hard breach device to actually pop open the hatch. So, replacement for Hibana, probably.
Well, I mean, we could see a number of, attacker lineups where you're not seeing an actual dedicated hard breach. You could just run those secondary hard breach gadgets. I mean, you're looking Capitao, you're looking Monty, you're looking Buck.
Fusing.
There are just so many options available.
Yeah. A lot of operators that have that sort of utility, and we even seen in some of the lower end leagues as well, people would try to run completely exclusively just the secondary hard breach charge lineup where 4 operators would have that, and it worked to a certain degree pretty well. So certainly wouldn't put it past that we could be seeing that kind of shift in some of the more off meta kind of setups to try to just rattle the opposition to just the absolute maximum. That C4 being popped, though, that's unfortunate, because that was the only one in the hands of Tiltek, and that was a bit of a premature one. Surprising, given it comes from him, though. Usually quite a healthy specimen, but maybe not today.
Well, the Finker boost in play as well is also going to nullify almost the entirety of that Nitro cell, so it will have to come down to utility in form of Pluto, and then the frag ability of Kraken, which, I mean, look, let's be honest, is quite high. They're a team that is incredibly capable when it comes to the gun game. But right now, hatch is starting to be opened up. They're just trying to bait out the impact tricks, which, I mean, surely will be coming in just a moment. There we go, exothermic out, and the first impact trick should be good. That means that Lonely now has one remaining the drone there, but it's Machine to kick things off. Tiltek to fall.
Okay.
Now we're in a 4 versus 5.
In comes another one that does actually... Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't get rid of the breaching charge, and that actually opens up a very big opener, but I say that... Look at Lonely, look at Chef Jeff, both half HP, so going into further gunfights could be very disadvantageous position there.
It may not have got the exothermic, but it shattered Lonely's kneecaps, which is exactly what you're looking for. Unfortunately, with 2 nano boosts remaining on top of the one just used, it may not matter too much going through the remainder of the round. Elements hit with the concussion, the 15 seconds on the clock means that something has to go. Lonely falls, Elements on the job, Hunter swinging for a second. It's all starting to come apart. Seppi finds a third, tucked into the corner. KJ's got no option, and it's Tester alone, wandering down main stairs, wondering what the hell just happened. K16 lose their way into the site, and Kraken will kick things off with a win.
Good coordination by Kraken, though. they didn't do anything too fancy, really. I mean, you look at their positioning, all one side, covering just all of those pushes, minus the fact that they lost Tiltek. That was mainly down to the gamer himself, really, with his demise. The rest of the roster held perfectly. 2 players in blue to cover up whatever the push happens, and or at the very least have some sort of a refrag. You have the Womai that did the impact nading, plus you had the Maestro ready to do the very same job, and presence in the church as well. So overall, a very well held play, and on the side of K16, a very one-dimensional turnout. We didn't see at all utilization, because hatch in the bar, popped open. Hatch in the supply closet, popped open. Hatch in the kitchen. Well, that was the only one that was dropped. No presence
Very
at
nearly
all.
not popped.
Yeah, very nearly not popped as well, yeah. And it almost felt like, well, what was the point then of opening up those hatches then? If you're not really utilizing at all, you're not applying pressure, you're not sending any sort of utility through there, what was the end goal for it all? It's probably my question here, but maybe it's just miscommunication. Who knows? But we'll have to talk to the gamers after the match in case we don't get them on the interview.
Yeah. Well, right now, Gym Bedroom on the cards. The setup looking to be that standard go-to spread all the way over to Cash, CCTV, and Top Red. And they've got the Frost in play for Tiltek, looking to make those mats a bit of a nuisance. So far, I mean, everything so far from Kraken has been a bit cookie-cutter. But, I mean, in this matchup, maybe that speaks to their preparedness.
Absolutely. Oh, not prepared, though, Tiltek. Forgetting that just absolutely long snipe there. The breach actually came through to fruition rather rapidly too, in just less than a minute. Once again in a 4v5, look, while Tiltek took quite a nasty loss there, but the rest of the team still was able to perform, so one would hope that that could be repeated here. On the side of those 16-20 Kings, a good initial, that momentum to set that bar straight away in favor of K16 rather than keeping it kind of in the neutral zone.
It's at the end of the world. I mean, you get your frost mats down, your shield was there, but the position...
Yeah, utilities all bare minimum has been achieved, yeah. I'll fully agree with you. It's just more so a frustrating 4K area. I would imagine that that early contention over the cash is being completely given away in a very rapid manner.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it thinks... I was going to say it speaks to the adaptability of Kraken, but Hunter, a non-factor in the remainder of the round. His machine just walks in, information there, prep for him, and blows his head off. That jacuzzi wall should be moments away from being opened up, the exothermic in hand, but it's Seppi on the roam that could be a real unfortunate thorn in the side. Nitro out. Machine runs right into it. And Kraken get a bit of revenge. They lose Pluto, unfortunately, in Logi, and Elements now must pick up his position. A 2 versus... Well, it's easy. They only need to find 2 kills each, and they're done and dusted.
Easier said than done, though, Panda, because so far Element is being left to his own accord so far. There is a rotation from Seppi, but Seppi won't really have a favorable position given that that breach is over there, buddy. There's people coming through, and well, 1v4, not really looking too favorable, but with 30 seconds, maybe some sort of a time play could be done.
Crouch walking on into the side, looking for the angle in the bathroom, but loses his life. KJ falls. Player on the workout. Machine ankle spotted. He almost lines up 2. Player in Logi and Elements. Well, he's unfortunately a known quantity right now. They don't need to force the issue. They can just hold the angles. Player in the Logi door, but Elements, he's somehow allowed to walk into the middle of Master Bedroom right now, just crouching his way towards that door, looking for the player in Logi. He's going to cross. Goes to the pre-5.
Bit of a unfortunate turnout there for Elements, but yeah, look, I think at this point it was pretty much a done deal. A little bit of a BM as well with a hipfire shot, but look, I gotta say, 16-20 Kings managing to get that early lead, and that information on Hunter though, that was absolutely phenomenal. That it was the play that essentially managed to crack open a lot of opportunities there. No contention whatsoever for the breach on the jacuzzi wall either, which is rather problematic because I believe we just may have lost Blue Panda as well on the connection, but fingers crossed we can get him back. But apart from that, really, this is a very confusing turnout really for 1620, no, not 1620 Kings, pardon me, the Kraken Esports Club, given that they are the ones to essentially, they were the ones to let that kind of thing through. And interestingly enough, well, Tiltek actually swapped things around. No more he is on the Frost, he is being brought back on the Thorn. So a little bit more of a flexible operator, again, has a little bit more of a thorough kind of long-range capabilities, with the SMG having a little bit more damage output than before. And because across that, Tiltek will get to stay alive for more than 30 seconds, really. In saying that, though, hopefully that kind of trend for K16 will continue. They were the team known to be kind of, to a certain degree, they Titan Slayers in the way how they really played it out, and the way how they were managed to topple previously, Fury to F teams. But Fury back then certainly were on one of their best possible lineups. Hunter will be the one to solo hold now. No more of those long-range holds by Tiltek. He might just be able to absolutely be rushed here, and certainly comes in the entry, but Hunter lines it up. Tiltek for one as well, but unfortunately can't hold on any longer on that position, forcing Tiltek to fall back rather rapidly. Fingers crossed, Pluto and the rest of the team will be able to keep on holding on the onslaught. Tiltek this time will get the opportunity to stay around for much longer. Jump out in though. No, can he line it up? He does line it up. What? He actually connects it. That's a big opener as well. Tiltek could do a lot of good work here. That was a phenomenal call out as well, and that decision making is just absolutely admirable. Yet another magnet charge there as well to keep holding off that sheer amount of the utility spam. And Seppi looking to beat that upset factor yet again. The cyan blue MPX fiend, but the drones. The drones confirming that Jim is currently open for the taking, albeit quite a lot of crossfire positions have been opened up. Issue being no presence at the west wall, I believe. No openers whatsoever either, which may make things a whole lot more problematic in the later stages of the game. Testa gonna try to be that opener for the team, but thankfully this time there are reinforced walls, so no pre-fire through the wall will come about. But Chef Jeff downs Tiltek. Big opener which will leave Tiltek pretty much untouched at all, and hopefully for 1620 Kings this could spell yet another possible comeback, but again this will be rather difficult. Chef Jeff does go down, so down to Testa, and he cannot make it work. It's Element to wrap it all up. Yet another point for Kraken as they finally return to form in the second reiteration of the gym bedroom hold. Well, round 4, as we are working on getting Blue Panda back onto the broadcast, fingers crossed. We are going to be going down to the Church and Arsenal room. We still yet to see a thorough hold. Are you back? Okay, we are still waiting for reconnect from Blue Panda, but we will have him shortly. He is back, ladies and gentlemen. He did not commit unalive. The best hype man out there in OC will very soon return, and no more of the ASMR Cthulhu. There we go. Welcome back.
My internet was there 1 second, it was gone the next. That was an interesting circumstance. That has not happened to me before. I don't know what's going on. But we're back, we're good to go.
Back and good to go. That's good to hear, Panda. Well, look, to quickly catch you up on what the heck actually happened. Well, basically, Kraken changed things around. Tiltek brought in the Thorn, and the initial contention was a bit more rapid from 1620 Kings. 2 people were lost in the push onto the red stairs and the cache, where both I believe Hunter and Tiltek were able to frag out, and then Tiltek did one of the nuttiest runouts from the window of Master Bedroom, peeking directly onto the window into CCTV, and actually managed to get a frag off that runout, which is surely will go to our 6 as well, highlight reel. Surely.
Why am I not surprised? The one round, or the 2 rounds rather, I disappeared. It's when all the good stuff happens.
Exactly. Well, now that you're back, we can continue with the trend overall. Do you reckon Church and Arsenal Room will be a dub setup given that double positioning by Elements and Hunter?
Well, right now, as we are looking to carry on things, get things back to normal and act as if nothing happened and nothing went wrong. This time it's not my fault. That one I'm glad about. But right now, Machine on the flank looking to try and catch the people, rotating back down into the basement, but not to be. They were aware of what was coming their way and they shut it down. They deny the possibility. And for now, they will just ease off and rotate back, look for the bunker set up, but Tiltec with the Nitro. This time, he does not miss his mark.
Not at all yet. Tiltec finally back into the form after an upsetting set of the 2 rounds where he got fragged out rather immediately. He is back into the swing of things, ready to absolutely frag out to the maximum. But now though, K16, look, after losing Tester, this does make things a whole lot more difficult given that no more of that very thorough vertical game is there, but at least still majority of the players are back into the game.
Well, heading closer and closer to that final minute. They've lost Tester, which is a large portion of their vertical threat, and in fact, in almost all of it, because unfortunately KJ is running the Claymore. So right now, as the numbers game looks to be in favor of Crack, and it could quickly spiral even more so very, very soon. And oh, Jeff just managing to skirt away there. That could have been disastrous.
Oh yeah. If Chef Jeff would have gone down, that is a lot of positional advantage completely forfeited. So KRA so far holding on for their dear life, hoping to achieve yet another, well, victory. As it stands though, Lonely will be applying his own kind of pressure. This is the downfall of 1. That's a 2 as well. Triple total for Tiltec. Pluto wraps up on another one. And this is just like that, all falling apart. Flawless rounds.
A flawless 3 for Tilt, 1 for Plute, and 1 for Elements as well for good measure. And I think this is the ramp up that we were afraid might happen. Cthulhu Kraken looking to run away with things here. 3-1 on the start in the defense, and unfortunately it does not bode well for K16. We head to CCTV Cash for round number 5, and I mean, this Maverick Hibana combo ban might just be working a little bit worse for wear for the 1620 Kings than they anticipated.
Yeah, look, I mean, to touch up on that ban yet again, I mean, the Maverick ban is understandable. That hard breach operator can be one of the most impactful ones here on Clubhouse, given the sheer abundance of the walls that needs to be opened up, and given the fact that players like Mute, players like Bandit, and Cade could still be in the play. He could be the one to make so many openings pretty much for free of charge, unless nobody covers him or his feet and those get shot out. But again, a lot of possibilities being presented. So with him out of the equation, look, it certainly requires an extra step in trying to get those breaches through the hard walls going. Now with Hibana as well, with her you can't really reach some of those top bits of the walls without having the need to repel, and that adds up an extra set of seconds. Precious time that could be drained. So that almost passive play in those bans for the time certainly working out quite well, albeit this feels like a little bit of almost like a joint effort to shoot themselves in the foot, or at least on the attack of 1620 Kings. Maybe later down the line when Kraken have to attack, maybe we could be seeing something completely different, and maybe this is where that kind of plan of banning out both of the hard breaches will make sense.
Well, so there might be a concerted effort from Seppi to juggle these bandit batteries and go for the trick right now on the CCTV wall. But the biggest question in that process, yeah, look, the biggest it's going to be, is there enough coverage to deny Machine the frag grenade attempt? But right now, Seppi having pulled off, looking for the Nitro, but Tester on the cover. The 2-player hold of the window means that will be a free breach on the CCTV.
Yup. Just like that, freest breach possible, and that is a big misplay from Seppi though. A rather unfortunate turnout. Still though, the rest of the team is still there and alive and well and ready to frag. Main case here is for Elements not to really falter on his position, because if they lose the rafters connection, that is going to be problematic. There is, I believe, a breach right down below Elements as well, so Hunter will need to double down on the effort to try to keep covering his teammate.
Hunter has got a big job. That main lobby push will be coming any time now. Not to mention the push through into garage. You can see bodies outside the Twitch drone. No, sorry, not the Twitch drone. I was wrong there. It looked like a Twitch drone, but no, it's just my screen. The late time. This could definitely culminate in a very bloody round for the remainder, especially given that there are still a number of positions that haven't been dealt with. K16 have limited utility into the attempt to clear that out, and especially these unknown quantities, especially Hunter.
Oh yeah, Hunter would be a big thorn in the side of 1620 King, so eliminating him plus elements would be a big boon to really work around. The two remaining players, Tiltek and Pluto, though, they get to anchor around the site. Machine, he could be the big playmaker, spots the bean, but just can't land any. Lonely already downed and felled. Elements get to jiggle around his position for a fair bit longer.
He got the kill, and with the help of Hunter, that means they get the kill on the Jeff as well. The entire attempt is nullified as they also bag Tessa in the engagement. Elements for 3, Hunter for 2. Kraken, the heist team of the century. Despite the breach being open, despite Seppi going down, they take the round as if it was a non-factor.
Tiltek, this man, he's chugging the Red Bulls at what basically is about to be 11 p.m. for him. Absolute gamely, you know, gotta be on top of your form. What comes after the matchup doesn't matter, really, it seems. Can't sleep? Not a problem. You still got a whole week of preparation for the next matchup.
What is sleep? We don't talk about sleep. We don't know what that is right now. But we go into our next site of choice, of course, that being Gym Bedroom, a 4-1 lead in Cthulhu. I'm noticing a couple of things on the board for the Kraken crew. 1, the Ella. 2, the Goyo. And, well, it's also a TCSG Goyo to boot.
I mean, Seppi managed to prove himself to be a rather proficient TCSG user, so I wouldn't put it past that. It's just, he's enjoying it. Look, it's still a beam if you can control that recoil and if you don't panic on the spray. Plus, Goyo's utility nowadays, you can pair it up rather well with even just denying the initial area for the breach. So say somebody decides to very rapidly rush through a thermite breach, well, good luck with that, and not taking a whole lot of damage because the flames on the Goyo explosion are kind of deadly.
Just trying to remember the last time you and I watched someone rush a thermite breach. It did not go well. So
look, I mean, in general, it just denies that sort of that even possibility of that, or even through the soft breach wall as well.
I'm not even talking about the Goyo Vulcan pack being a factor. I'm talking about the last player we watched try and bum rush a exothermic breach, ate the exothermic as well as the wall
yes.
did. So look, it is what it is. Elements making the call, reinforces off bathroom, knowing that Jacuzzi is now lost. It is also an FO12 Ella as well for Tiltek currently.
Are you surprised though, Panda?
No, not at all.
Exactly. It is though quite interesting to me how much of an extension it is. Oh wow, that is a very heavily reinforced cache and CCTV, albeit not for long as the breach does come about. But that is a pretty huge extension, now leaving Hunter all alone to his devices. Obviously against, well, KJ should be still a relatively workable situation, but again, quite a lot of belief in the players, which is something admirable for Kraken, I suppose.
I mean, the avenue's there, the opening is there. They're going to start opening bathroom as well to try and deny whatever possibility of a threat comes their way. And Elements, I mean, look, he almost found the opportunity. And no, it looks like the impact trick is going to be successful there, so they don't open bathroom. Jeff going to jump on in regardless, knowing that he at least has some coverage for Tiltek's there. What? Good night, Lonely, the RG-15 to come into play. But unfortunately, Machine's contributions come too little too late. They will kill him, but it has already denied the push on in. They have stalled out for the moment. The hesitation is brewing.
Sure is. Seppi, though, playing from down below could introduce even more of the upset. As long as Elements gets to stay alive in the shower, that could be rather big. Frag grenade in, cooked, but not to perfection. A little bit too raw maybe there. Another swing. Elements cooked on the reaction speed now, it seems. But Hunter does get the better of KJ, so that's the flank.
Player proning into Jim. I would imagine that's Jeff with the diffuser in hand trying to get in, but he's dead. Seppi absolutely eviscerates him. A 3 versus 2 in the final round of the half, Cthulhu. Seppi marching up main stairs. Hunter has the cross all the way through to Jim, and Elements holding things down in the bathroom. Seppi falls, caught by Machine. Hunter aggroes up onto the con door and takes another chip at Tester's health. He's so low right now. The jump out from Hunter would confirm the kill, but he's not going to waste his time just yet. Doesn't want to overcommit. Now on the Jim. Now on the plant. K16 are making their last ditch cry heard. Now they don't have to deny. The swing on in. Machine gets out. It's all of a sudden just an absolute mess, and Hunter will find Tester. Machine does have another 2 stims in play. Hunter's on the defuse. The angle being covered. They might just be able to do it. Sprinting on through the deny. Machine almost steals it away, but Elements backs himself. Takes the kill and a 5-1 half.
Elements just stood there right in the middle of that hatch as well. Well, at least, look, Machine was able to deny the initial, suppose, planned defusal, but overall, yeah, look, well done. Was it 5-1?
Yes, 5-1.
Yes, very nice, very well done, Kraken, as expected, really. Yeah, nothing too surprising. I would have been actually more surprised if we would have gotten something like across the lines of a 4-2 or a 3-3 in favor of 1620 Kings, because that would have been an absolute heater then from them. But look, so far, a bunch of unfortunate turnouts, and, well, too many times that Tiltec just busts a move and just absolutely good nights, poor lonely. So it's kind of an attempt by K16 to obviously utilize the coordinated gameplay from them, right? Against the sheer chaotic nature of Kraken players, namely being Tiltec just doing just Tiltec things, really, at this point. And not a whole lot of ways to really counter it apart from trying to kind of revert to that frag-heavy gunfight. Frag-heavy gunfight. Hold on, that doesn't make sense.
I mean,
Frag-heavy gameplay.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, look, frag-heavy gunfight would make sense. You could also have a frag-light gunfight in which everyone just whiffs every single shot, which we've seen both of those. It is an all-encompassing spectrum here in the Oceanic Challenge League. But right now, this is the second week in a row where Kraken's first half of the map has been a 5-1. Well, they closed that one up pretty cleanly as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they double down and go for a second attempt here. But the question on everyone's lips, on everyone's mind, Cthulhu, can they just stop messing around and get it done without dropping a round in the second half? 7-2, 7-2, 7-1 on the horizon here, but potential for that 7-2 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, bit far-fetched on the 7-1, I have to say, given the fact that, yeah, look, a little bit of trolling, a little bit of tomfoolery has to be conducted here and there, you know, just to keep the karma stable. But I gotta say, though, KRA is certainly on a very firm kind of way of scoring themselves just a continuation in that whole flawless saga that they've been so far, you know, beelining for. So wouldn't put it past that. Look, another 3-pointer, another just propellant to the top of the leaderboard, and without really any team to properly contest it for a long while. I mean, yes, Dynasty put themselves out there for the dub, but they basically waiting and relying on the fact that somebody will steal a 3-pointer from Kraken during the regular season, and with 4 weeks remaining, well, not a whole lot of chances and not a whole lot of opportunities.
I think it all sort of comes to a head next week, of course, and that they will be facing off against each other. Dynasty versus Kraken Esports, surely to be the match of the stage. But right now, here in our final match of the evening, round 7 underway as we rapidly approach the final minute. Not a single gunfight has been taken player to player. And finally, Test is going to cop the first chunk of damage. And going to the final minute, 10 players are currently alive in the lobby.
Sure as well. You were saying 9 make it now. With Seppi out of the equation, that sledge gone, but Pluto already drops down. He wants to straight away send us. And this is a complete stark contrast to what we've seen previously. Straight away utilization of the bar hatch, utilization of the blue, the mainstays as well. Machine, though, does get the better of elements, which is good. Pluto is the main opener, though, here in the memorial room, already with the open open wall into the bar. He wants to go in for the plant, but no coverage at all.
Tiltic swings in. Pluto's going to hold down the plant button, pulls off for a moment. They both find the two remaining players. A Kraken find one each, and Pluto finds his third with the pistol. It's Tester to try and lock things down. And you got to wonder what sort of prep Kraken have done coming into this match. Pluto has to stick the plant, the rotate coming around. This could be the kill that Tester needs the pings to go through. Pluto, he gets it done. It's locked out in that prep. The work that has been done by Kraken pays off. And it could all come to a culmination here. It's the swing, it's the pistol again. Well, look, Cthulhu, I think I know exactly what work's being done here. I think this all comes down to the Fitness Gram Pacer test.
Pretty sure it does indeed. I mean, Tiltic was the one who was exercising it very thoroughly on the socials as well, so wouldn't put it past that is exactly the work here. But yeah, tag from K16, it's understandably so. They are looking to trying to, you know, find some sort of a solution, some sort of a way of, you know, redeeming themselves, because yeah, whilst that was one of the more decisive rounds that K16 could have taken, and they held on for one of the longest times for a while, it seems like it was just not meant to happen. The swings that Pluto did were just absolutely clinical, and I don't think any of the K16 members were expecting that kind of turnout.
Yeah, look, Kraken have proven since the very first day of last year's Stage 3 that they are not here to mess around anymore. They are in it to win it. Yes, they might have fun along the way, but that will never, ever get in the way of their final objective, which is, of course, topping the table, promoting into the OCN, and from there, gunning straight for APAC South. That is their goal. It has never not been at the forefront of what they're about. They make it known, and they make it theirs.
Exactly that. Well, we are now going on to what possibly could be the final round, albeit the attack pause could really change things around, but what could be also is the big changer is the Fitness Gram Pacer test as a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult.
Unlike matches for Kraken Esports.
Unlike matches. Well, more so for 1620 Kings. Matches do get progressively more difficult for them, and yeah, look, just L upon L, starting from Playday 2.
I mean, look, they're in a rebuild phase. It's not the end of the world.
True.
They can go into Stage 2 stronger and better for it. Unfortunately, for the hopes and dreams of Dynasty as well, it will mean that Kraken remain in first place, uncontested. There was a lot of pressure placed on 62 Kings. You got to wonder if maybe that's why we find ourselves here. It's all Dynasty's fault.
All Dynasty's fault. Yeah, it could be. Look, honestly, it could be Dynasty's fault. It could be just the sheer fact that K16, as they mentioned, rebuild phase, experimental, trying to figure out their essentially place, their roles here and there. But I gotta say though, like, despite the scoreline, it doesn't tell the whole story. We still had very much nail-biter rounds a fair few times. So it's not like it is a complete throw by K16. It's just, unfortunately, just small miniature mistakes that do result in their losses. I say that, though, Chef Jeff does get the better of Seppi yet again, but we've seen how Kraken, how deadly they can be, even in a 2v4.
Unfortunate loss of the finger, especially when you got a Monty in play. That would have done absolute work for the team in the latter half of the round. The nade play, looking to try and deal with some of this utility play, stop red and enable the opening of this breach into CCTV, and it is going to do exactly that. Tiltic with the fadeaway shots almost hitting their mark, but not to be just yet. They now set their sights on the players in garage. One top, one bottom. They spot out the Where My Jaeger combo. KJ about to get bullied, hit fire play from Hunter. Oh no, he might have the opening he needs. He's walking up, it's closed. There is low health bars. But look at them, they're hunting for it. Tester falls, Tiltic on the job, and Hunter presented with multiple opportunities, but it's machine to fall. Hunter as well. Pluto as a fourth member of KRA falls to the ground. Cthulhu, no way. 3 back-to-back weeks of 7-2s.
Maybe just the that is going to be the slogan kind of for Kraken. Just 7-2s all across the board, no matter what, is like that curse of it. But look, I mean, it still grants them a 3-pointer, just a slight hiccup on the way, but still, though, learning experience for Kraken. Maybe they will probably write it off, most definitely write it off as a bit of a trolling, as a bit of a meme. But it's still worth mentioning that, look, for K16 slowly popping through, phenomenal swing by Chef Jeff, might I add, to conclude the round. And look, a little bit of a question mark. Well, what happens when you apply that double pressure at the bottom of the garage? How can Kraken really find a remedy to that? Because, well, Tilted got fragged out. Hunter was kind of left to his own accords and didn't really last for long. And Pluto, on that attempt to follow up, well, he got shut down rather promptly as well. So there's a couple of questions that still need to be answered, and I suppose we can ask them in the interview should we get Kraken conclusion in their favor. But look, I don't think it's yet point of any concern for Kraken in any shape or form, given that it's still a 4-round differential kind of.
Locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, look, I think if anyone was to come in now and say, oh yes, 1620 Kings have it in the bag, I would say that they probably need to get a bit more sleep and probably need to
get a grip.
Watch less anime, because, you know, just because it happens in the show, it doesn't mean those redemption arcs and the miracle runs happen in real life. That's just not how things go, especially when a team like Kraken is involved, a team who's consistently performed above and beyond in the Oceanic Challenger League. K16, yes, there is a chance they bring this back and they win the entire match, but it is a very, very small chance at the minute.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, I'm in no shape or form dissing K16. A team has the potential. It's more so you are essentially putting the potential against already full-blown experience and fully worked out chemistry, which usually works more so in favor of the chemistry and the experience rather than potential. So I suppose we'll have to wait and see. Machine, though, does get a little bit rattled. A little bit more of the drone utility and a bit more of that placement certainly being dedicated to just flushing him out of that spot, putting him in a little bit more of a fallen back kind of position. But in saying that, Tilted could be the forerunner. Oh, that is such a messy setup, and Machine could frag him out so early. How is he alive, though?
Oh, that's a good question, but Hunter, unfortunately, is not anymore. Tilted looking to push on through and finish off KJ, but I don't know if there's enough support for him to do so.
Surely Seppi boosts.
You'd got to imagine, but the longer they hold off on it, the worse things could get. Elements to take Tested down means that it is now effectively a 3 versus 4 in favor of Kraken Esports as they look to push on through, as they look to encroach even further through into the bomb site itself. Things start to get a bit weird and wonderful. And okay, they didn't notice the play on the ground. KJ, not much longer for this world, shouldn't be a factor at all.
Yeah, no, I think this is more of a BM just completely abandoned and just ignored that. Yeah, look, there's a little speck in all of this. Lonely does make an effort to make a play here. Machine will be the one to try to make an effort. Unfortunately, not for long. That is a cleanup by Kraken.
Another 7-2, 3 weeks in a row, back to back, much like the Chiefs, but Chiefs, I mean, there's his Oceanic Nationals title, so it's not quite as impressive, but either way, Kraken will lock themselves in for yet another week at top of the table, currently undefeated, having only dropped 6 rounds to date. Cthulhu, these guys are looking fierce, they're looking fiery, they're looking like OCL's best hope to promote into the OCN.
Absolutely, they do look rather strong, and certainly this year they will get all of the opportunities really to, well, promote, to OCN from there on out. Look, they could be an absolute menace to really play against, or rather, well, for them, this will be a whole new level to really explore, to push themselves to an even further height. So overall, look, Kraken certainly looking very promising, albeit we still yet to get to some of the teams that could actually pose a actual physical threat.
Well, I mean, look, that's probably going to be next week's question, of course. It's the big match. I'm keen, I'm hyped, but unfortunately, that's for next week. We'll have to, of course, carry on with tonight. What a win, though. 7-2. They take down yet another of the teams in this competition. They look nigh untouchable. I mean, is Dynasty even enough? Is there anyone at the moment that is enough that could threaten not just a win, but even just deeper into a map?
I think, yeah, it possibly could be either Dynasty or maybe Circular Spheres, but after the way how Circular Spheres performed today, that kind of whole theory is being doubted very, very heavily. As it stands, yeah, look, before we had some sort of contestants here, it seems like Kraken just on a whole new level, just purely off the back that they had borderline one of the most minimal changes to their roster.
Well, Cthulhu, we have a man who, well, he's tested really well among our research groups. It's Tiltech from the Kraken Esports crew to come have a chat. Tiltech, 3 weeks in a row, 3 7-2s. You look lost, but you were anything but in the server tonight.
Nah, the other team did look lost.
I mean, understandably so. Look, so far so good for Kraken as it stands. You just finished off your game against Kings. Have you managed to get a catch of the previous games, say Dynasty versus Spheres? Any concerns going into this, or still same opinion as of the last week?
Same opinion, mate. Like, who are these kids?
All right.
Look, you guys have been looking sharp. You've been looking clean. I mean, what goes into it week to week for the Kraken Esports gang? You know, how much are you scrimming? How much are you pracking? How much work goes into it back to back 7-2s?
How many kebabs are being consumed? That's the more important question here.
Kebabs. I'd say I like to consume quite a few kebabs, but no, with prac, I'd say we roughly do a scrim maybe once or twice a week, where we really couldn't care less about who we're versing. But yeah.
Look, one final question before we do let you head up. Now, obviously, you said we're not that concerned with who we verse. You've obviously, at the moment, if we carry on with this trajectory, you've got the promotion opportunity into OCN, and of course the Oceanic Challenger Series. Is there anyone even in OCN that you might be a little bit concerned about?
Honestly, don't know who's in OCN. I forgot all teams in there, so I don't pay attention to OCE at all.
Wonderful stuff. You love to hear it. No, but look, congratulations. You guys are looking hot. You were keen to see more of you, but before you let your head off, Tilt, anyone you want to shout out?
I'd like to shout out, you guys, the casters, ESL, Kraken, the team, the friends and family that are watching. Shout out to at Luna GN and Vincia R6 on Twitter. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who plays in OCN. Vince plays in OCN. Oh my lord!
Oh, he does.
Didn't even shout.
Didn't
even shout out Fitnessgram. Cthulhu, let's leave this guy behind. We don't need him here anymore. That does bring us to the end of Playday 3, though, and what a Playday it has been. It started off a bit rocky. Things started to come together towards the end, and of course, we had a nice, quick, clean finish. But I mean, look across the board, going into the coming weeks, how much of a shake-up do you reckon we'll have?
I think we are starting to get into the bits of the leaderboard where it's kind of the general gist of things is looking to be relatively set in stone, at least when it gets closer to the bottom of the leaderboard. Look, unfortunately for Antic, it will require quite a gargantuan effort to absolutely push themselves to that playoffs bracket. Otherwise, we might be seeing them miss out on that opportunity. Whereas, look, by the conclusion of it all, I'm definitely thinking that that third, fourth position is going to be heavily contested between at least 4 if not 5 teams. So that's the only kind of element of surprise, I suppose, that is there for me personally. Dynasty and Kraken have already managed to solidify themselves as like the 2 teams that could be definitely worth to keep an eye out for, especially after tonight's performance by Dynasty. It is looking promising, but again, quite a lot of things need to be worked on, and once it is going to be a clash between Dynasty and Kraken, now that is going to be a whole different kind of worms that to be unpacked, and really, I'm still thinking that this could be a close game. Tiltech obviously doesn't. He barely probably even knows who's part of Dynasty at this point, but I'm genuinely thinking that it's going to be kind of chemistry and experience within OCL versus that old experience of OCN, that 3-core play of Dynasty plus the new blood in form of either Zethi or Syro or Shoots, and that 6-man roster that Dynasty seems to be flexing.
Look, if I'm being honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if, Tiltech's still wondering when Order plays. But let's have a look at where the cards have fallen at the end of Playday 3, where our teams currently stack up against each other on the leaderboard. It is, well, actually, it's our schedule. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's been a night. I disconnected. I've come back. I'm still catching up. But there you go. Our matches for the evening. LFO kicked things off with a 7-5 victory over the Vodafone Warriors. Untitled pulled out an overtime victory to leave Antic at the bottom of the leaderboard. A very commanding showing from Dynasty to book themselves second, and Kraken and hold on true to form in first place, taking down 1620 Kings.
Absolutely. Look, I must admit, I am pleasantly surprised by LFO as they finally managed to pull themselves out of the gutter and managed to finally break up that whole mold that was close to the bottom of the leaderboard. With their win over the Vodafone Warriors, it does pose a bit of a question as to what is happening with Warriors, what needs to be done, and whether it's roster issues or role issues or just maybe just wasn't their day today yet again. Whereas on the side of, say, Dynasty, a very commanding conclusion, especially close to the conclusion of the round, albeit the scoreline of 7-3 doesn't tell the story of just an absolutely chaotic fiesta that it was on quite a number of rounds.
Well, let's jump over to our actual leaderboard now. It's not quite as much of a fiesta over there, of course. We know for a fact Kraken still untouched in first. Dynasty taking second, sitting at 6. Just tailing behind them is Altered Zelios and Circular Spheres, both on 5 points. And Altered Zelios, surprisingly enough, can change their name on Twitter, not last in CL, but third place currently in CL. You've then got LFO sitting middle of the pack with 4 points. 1620 Kings and Vodafone Warriors both have 3. And Antic, look, Cthulhu, at least, if nothing else, they have got a point on the board.
Yeah, look, they managed to get on board, so say if they do end up scoring a 3-pointer, they might just be able to hop a couple of positions up to, say, contention into the 5th place, maybe. But even so, it's still going to be a very grueling now run for them, given that usually you would want to have that kind of 1 or 2 games kind of buffer where you don't really have to really sweat too much in regards to points. But now that we're getting at the conclusion of week 3, now starting to look towards the week 4, it is going to be rather problematic, and Antic won't really have the luxury of saying, oh, okay, well, we lost this one, but well, it is what it is. No, they, at this point, if they do want to push for the playoff spot, they will have to try their absolute hardest to counter strat, improve on their comms, improve on their mechanical skill, and from there on out, well, the road only goes upwards.
Well, I mean, look, next week they face their biggest opponent so far in Dynasty, which I think if they win that, basically puts them clear. There is no one touching them if they take down Dynasty and the remainder of the stage. But I mean, do you reckon, significantly, will there be any sort of shake-up between, let's talk 2nd and 8th. Do you reckon there'll be a shake-up there?
I'm going to be honest, I probably would say no. The shake-up doesn't look like it is bound to be quite big. If Antic do pull a upset, though, that could be a rather big upset for Dynasty, because they're the ones to keep on aiming, that are aiming, pardon me, for the top of the leaderboard. If they get denied by an 8th place team, well, it almost feels kind of historical, given the fact that, well, Spruce will know about that pain. He was the one who dealt that pain to Fnatic back in the Pro League days in season, I believe, 11 or season 10, where Fury was the one that was on the bottom of the leaderboard, and they taken down back in the days on Cafe, the Fnatic team. So for Dynasty will be a familiar pain, but for Antic, time for a comeback. It's the Antic Revenge Tour that needs to start up pretty soon.
Well, that does bring us to a close in Playday 3 here, but next week we look to cross that halfway threshold. We also take on our biggest match of this stage. The Kraken remain undefeated, or will it be the power of the 6-man roster to undo them in week number 4? Cthulhu, thank you once again for joining me. As we head to next week, we are going to be throwing it offline for now. When we come back next week, same time, same place, it'll all kick off once again. See you next week.